Good morning. We're going to commence the Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 San Joaquin Board of Supervisors meeting. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer in memory of the victims of a cowardly act of violence that occurred in our community on November 29th. We remember the 4 lives lost, including 3 children and a young adult, and we hold in our thoughts all those who were injured, their families, and our entire communities as we grieve and seek healing. We also keep in our thoughts Supervisor Dollywall, who is recovering from a medical procedure and could not be in attendance today. So if we could take a moment of silence for those 2 requests. Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Gardia, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Where do you begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, could we please have a roll call?
Supervisor Gardia?
Present.
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Chair Canepa?
Here.
And for the record, Supervisor Dollywall is absent today.
Thank you. So at this time, we will now open public comment for a brief update from Sheriff Patrick Withrow and District Attorney Ron Freitas regarding the tragic incident that occurred on November 29th. This is not a time for the board to engage in discussion with the sheriff or district attorney, nor the board to provide comments. And I have a slight reading here. As a father, lifelong Stocktonian, business owner, and elected official, I am heartbroken over the loss of innocent lives in our community. My thoughts and prayers are with the grieving families. This morning, we will begin with an update from the Sheriff Pat Withrow and District Attorney Ron Freitas on November 29th shooting. Since this is not an agendized item and is being held as public comment, the board will not take questions or offer comments. We want the public and the board to hear the latest verified information, what is still unknown, and how our community can help. We have full faith in our law enforcement agencies. Sheriff Pat Withrow, DA Ron Freitas, and their teams have worked tirelessly leading local, state, and federal partners in this investigation. Their efforts continue, and they have our full support. The credit belongs to those doing the work, and we stand firmly behind them. I also want to thank the staff at the San Joaquin General Hospital, the Medical Examiner's Office, and Behavioral Health for ongoing care for our community in the aftermath. Moments like this remind us of why being a united community matters for the victims, our leaders, and the generations that follow. Now more than ever, we must come together as one San Joaquin and one Stockton, setting aside differences to support victims, families, and each other. We will work for unity, safety, and opportunity so our children can grow up in a community free from violence and full of possibility. Sheriff Withrow and DA Freitas.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the board for allowing me the opportunity to step forward. I know the public is craving information on this, as we all are, wanting somebody brought to justice for victimizing these families and killing their children in this horrendous act. So I wanted to come forward, and we want to keep you updated as much as we can. I'll be speaking with the press downstairs afterwards to try and keep the entire community updated the best that we can. But as I said, this investigation is going to be a long investigation. It's going to take probably months to go through everything that we have, interview all the folks that we need to interview, go through all our evidence, to get a successful conclusion to this, so that I can give our district attorney a case that doesn't have any gaps, that doesn't give somebody an opportunity to walk out of court and get away with this. So we ask for their patience. I will be able to tell you just a few tidbits of information here today about the case. So I'll just move into those right now. So far, we realize that there has been at least over 50 shots were fired at this birthday party. We have over 50 casings that were on the ground that our federal partners at ATF are processing for us. We can't do it without our federal and state partners. We've been blessed. They were there the night of the incident, and they're with us right now 24/7. We also know now that there were at least 5 firearms being fired at this birthday party. And we're still processing the scene to find out directions of fire and all these other things that come into play when in cases like this. Again, taking our time to get it exactly right and accurate. We've had multiple tips come in, over 50 so far, on our tip line and on Crime Stoppers to help us try and identify the subjects that were involved in this mass shooting. I keep getting asked questions about descriptions of a suspect, and I've told our media partners before that, you know, if we need help identifying somebody, we need those tips and stuff to keep coming in. But as far as giving a physical description of what occurred at this mass shooting, the subjects that have been described to us so far, all we've got is that they were wearing all dark clothing and had some type of face coverings. So we don't have a lot that we can give the public at this time to ask for their help identifying them. That does not mean that we will not be able to identify them. It just means that I don't have that physical picture to give a public to help us try and identify somebody. We are blessed here in San Joaquin County, as I said, that we've had so much help right from the get-go. My staff, I couldn't be prouder of them. I've watched some of the body camera footage of our first officers arrived on scene, and it was horrendous. And what they went through, they arrived on scene within 6 to 7 minutes, just down the street from Lincoln Center, ran direct. They were given the wrong location at first because there was so much chaos. The first calls went to Stockton PD and then to us, and Stockton PD arrived immediately also, and we all eventually found out the location and ran towards that. And the heroic efforts by my officers and all the other officers and EMTs that were on scene was absolutely amazing. You can imagine the chaos that was there. So I'm so proud of them. I'm so blessed to have officers like that, and our county's so blessed to have all the other officers who arrived on scene. We had multiple jurisdictions, almost every jurisdiction inside our county either arrived on scene and helped at local hospitals for us immediately. So it was an amazing group effort, and it continues to be. So I can tell you right now, we're working 24/7 around the clock on this. We will continue this investigation as thorough as possible and gather all the information that we need. And as we can share more about what occurred there and where we are in the investigation, I will be as open as possible and give you all that I can, but I will not give anything, hopefully, that damages this case in any way. I'll let the DA step in and talk a little bit about on their side.
Thank you, Sheriff Withrow. Thank you, Chairman Canepa, County Administrator Regalo, members of the board. Over a week ago, on a cold Saturday night, a heartbreaking tragedy that has shaken Stockton and San Joaquin County to its core took place. 17 individuals shot, 4 lives lost, promises never to be fulfilled. This unimaginable killing of children at the start of the holidays has simultaneously shattered our sense of community and brought our community together closer than ever before. For those looking for ways to help, you can support my victim witness advocates by donating to local charities that help victims of this tragedy on their path to recovery. You can donate to the Reward Fund through Crime Stoppers to assist in apprehending those responsible. While those responsible for this heinous act have yet to be arrested, their days of freedom are indeed growing shorter and shorter. The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, the Stockton Police Department, along with my district attorney's office and our law enforcement partners are working to apprehend those responsible every single day. By all means, if you have knowledge regarding this regarding information, no matter how trivial you may think it is, please contact the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office or our District Attorney's Office. If you saw something, if you heard something, then say something so we can do something. When an individual is in custody, I guarantee they will feel the full weight and force of my office. I want the message to ring loud and clear to anyone who seeks to do harm in our community. Violence of this nature will absolutely not be tolerated in San Joaquin County, not in our county, not on my watch. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Freitas. So I'd just like to follow up with a couple things. DA Freitas mentioned the tips, and I mentioned them earlier. You can remain completely anonymous. Okay, these tips, when they come to our tip line, they go through a third party that when it comes back to us, we have no idea where they came from. So you have no fear in getting involved in this. We need everyone to get involved and give us all the information that they have. So you don't have to worry about it ever coming out where it came from, not in court, not anywhere. It goes through a third-party vendor who brings it back to us, and there's no way to trace it back to anybody. So please get involved with that. And then to the citizens of San Joaquin County, I just want to say how blessed we are. I've said this multiple times, but it's in times like this that it really comes to fruition that, and I said this to our board in private, that the reason that we were able to respond the way we did is because of the groundwork that this board and previous boards have done with law enforcement in this county and public safety in general in this county, and the support that I and the DA and the probation all get from this, and fire department and EMS all get from our board, that we were able to respond so efficiently and so quickly, and that I'm sure we'll get a fantastic resolution on this at the end because of what they do here in the CAO's office and how our county is in such a position that we have the staffing and the tools that we need to be successful in an emergency situation. And so I want to publicly thank this board and the CAO's office because I would not have been able to respond with my department the way that we did, and the DA would not be able to do his job that he's going to be able to do without the support that you guys have given us ahead of time, to have the staffing, to have the training, to have the tools. And it's those tools that are going to help us solve this case. So thank you publicly for that, and we'll keep the public updated the best that we can as we go forward on this. Please be patient. Please don't believe what you read in social media all the time. And if you have questions, ask us. The board members are here, and when you see them out at events and stuff, if you have some questions, ask them. And if they don't know the answer, they'll call us and get the answers that they can. Sometimes they won't be able to get you those answers, but we'll give you what we can, and we'll be open about it. And as I said, 24/7, since the day this happened, we've been working on it, and we'll continue to work on this until we get a resolution. So thank you for allowing us to speak this morning.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the update. Appreciate you. Okay. At the request of Public Works discussion, item number 5 will be heard immediately following the consent calendar and before public comment. So at this time, Madam Clerk, we ask to introduce the recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Chair. Our first recognition is of retiring San Joaquin County Mosquito and Vector Control District Public Information Officer Erin DeVincenzi, who I invite to the podium today. Hopefully I said that somewhat correctly. And the recognition reads, in recognition of your retirement from the San Joaquin County Mosquito and Vector Control District. During your tenure in this mission-critical role, he served the residents of San Joaquin County with exemplary dedication by providing extensive public outreach. He conducted 2,751 presentations, including public school events and Ag Venture, as well as 235 additional presentations at community events, public fairs, senior homes, and public agencies. Through these efforts, he delivered vital public health messaging to more than 100,830 students and adult residents. He has also published and edited every official annual report of the district since 1999, further strengthening the transparency and communication of district activities. He published over 1,000 news releases and spray alerts and championed the district's website, which has welcomed more than 1,345,360 visitors since its inception in 2009. In addition, he hosted 21 annual mosquito fish giveaways, provided mosquito fish to 2,349 residents, and enhanced community resources and engagement. Congratulations and best wishes, presented this 9th day of December 2025. Chair Canepa?
Thank you. Thank you, Chia. Fellow St. Mary's Ram here, so we go back a few years, and I want to thank you because very frequently, mosquito and abatement vector, it's not a very sexy term for a department, but the work that they do so that we don't get bit all the time. I was kidding with him earlier because he's kind of jumping ship with this new strain of mosquitoes out. And so I said, oh, you're kind of chicken. But the dedication and work that came from this man and helped get notoriety to our local vector control is absolutely amazing. So from me personally, I want to thank you, and then we'll go to the board members. But you have something to read here, or you want to? You're good here.
Okay. All right, I'd like to thank the County Board of Supervisors for this honor today. I appreciate each one of you for the work that you do here in our community for San Joaquin County. I also want to thank my manager, Mr. Omar Kwais, for facilitating this honor and being a great leader at our district. Omar has brought a new leadership and enjoying this. It's a bad word to say, but a lot of our people are enjoying coming to work now, despite the fact that we have Aedes aegypti and the problems that we have. He's made our workplace special. I do want to publicly thank him for his dedicated service to our country as a United States Marine, as well as to all the other veterans that are here in this room. I want to thank my coworkers who are here today in attendance. Their attendance is appreciated. I've made friends with all of them. They're very supportive and almost like family to me, as well as my own family that's here that came to see me today, including my son and daughter-in-law and my spouse, Susan, who's put up with me for over 40 years through thick and thin. My brother and my sister-in-law are here as well, and my mother and father-in-law. So all my family, I appreciate you being here. I do want to note that the district will be in very good hands with the new public information officer. My predecessor would be Ms. Sumiko de la Vega, who's sitting here in the crowd. Omar will introduce her later on again. She is a dedicated and passionate employee. She will bring a strong scientific background to being a public information officer, as well as the fact that she has excellent communication skills. So I want to thank Sumiko for, as I leave, taking that position, and I know it's going to be in good hands. So with that, I just want to wrap it up really quick. My slogan that Omar and I came up with this year was your well-being is our highest priority. And last year it's initially on you to keep mosquitoes off. So that's the last time I can get to say this in public. And I'm still PIO at heart, even though I'm retired. I want to thank all of you for the honor. Thank you, Mr. Canepa and supervisors for doing this for me today.
Real quick, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, and thank you for a job well done. I know over the years I've seen you at multiple events in educating the public, and I don't think it's been more important than this year. I mean, I think we received more concerns and complaints from residents because of all the different mosquitoes. Hey, even I got bit, and I hardly ever get bit. But informing the community about what's going on here in San Joaquin County. But not only that, you and your office, responding to citizens' concerns very, very quickly. And I know a few months ago, we received a complaint in South County, and within a day, I think you guys were out there. So, thank you. But most of all, congratulations on a job well done, and enjoy your time with retirement. Let me tell you what, man, it's great. And, you deserve it. Nobody wants to work forever. Enjoy the time with your family. Go do your hobbies. And, family is most important. And of course, your family here in San Joaquin County, we're always here. So please come by, stop by. If you have a mosquito questions, I think we still have your cell number. We'll give you a call at home. But again, God bless you and God bless your family.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Ding.
I just want to say congratulations and thank you. If you go back in the history of San Joaquin County and the departments, it's the one agency probably nobody thinks about that has saved more lives and done more good in the communication from you in your office of what's going on. The fact that you're not up here holding a press conference like the sheriff's talking about, the big mosquito, scare of 2025. You do save lives, and communication is key. So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardia.
I just want to congratulate you on your retirement. I think the biggest thing is you mentioned, your coworkers as being family, and that's something to be proud of for here in San Joaquin County. And I appreciate everything you've done over the years, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardia.
Photo officer will do you first, then we'll bring up the family. Well, actually, one last thing, sir. Yes, thank you. And first of all, I wanted to thank you, sir, Mr. Canepa, for going ahead and allowing this, and Rachel for your help, and Nancy and everyone else that was a part of allowing us to go ahead and acknowledge Mr. DeVincenzi's contributions. But I would be remiss if I did not take this time to introduce our new public information officer to allow Mr. DeVincenzi to enjoy his retirement in peace. I'd like to bring up Samika De La Vega and just introduce her, and then we can go from there.
Good morning. I'm Sumiko De La Vega. I will be the new Public Information Officer for San Joaquin County Mosquito and Vector Control District. I just wanted to express that I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity to serve our community in this role. Congratulations, Aaron, on your retirement. He has dedicated so many years of service to the district and to making sure that our county is aware of mosquito prevention and what they can do to keep themselves safe. I am looking forward to continuing building from the strong foundation that you've built and continuing to provide service to the county and providing mosquito protection through prevention. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Samika.
Thank you very much. So welcome aboard. Well, you've been there, so thank you. But the new building when's the opening date for that? February, so okay, we'll look forward to that. So the new construction project, so perfect. Thank you. So now we'll do photos.
Family photo. Family.
Thank you for directing traffic, ladies. Appreciate it. There you go. And Samika, you're in this one. Yes.
Do you want me to take a picture for you? I was just in the last one. I was in the pins. Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you. He's also Steve, he's also your constituent.
Oh, that's even more. I was gonna get, going to St. Mary's was kind of, but if you're in the 4th district, you're good.
Ouch. Madam Clerk left her seat.
Thank you, Chair. I've always wanted to kick him off the dais. Now, I invite the board to join the chairman for the recognition of our retiring Public Works Director, Fritz Buckman. His accomplishments and contributions to the county could not all fit on a plaque, so I'm going to turn this over to the chair and to Director Buckman for the presentation of the plaque and some comments by the director.
Wow, look at this. From years of service, October of 2011 to December 2025, presented this date of December 9th, 2025, for Fritz Buckman. So it's absolutely amazing. You guys, your department runs like a well-oiled machine, and your succession plan is amazing, and the folks that you have and your staff. You can tell, I mean, from the pancake breakfast to the picnic lunch, the camaraderie that you've grown in that office. And I mean, Public Works, that's not the most sexy thing ever, too. So we've had two, probably the most unsexiest departments in San Joaquin County. But the love that you see when you go to those is absolutely amazing, and the camaraderie. And not only that, the work that you've done. Obviously, we've done a lot of work in my district, and you guys are so responsive. And the advocacy that you do when we go in Washington, D.C., and the information that you carry with you and the knowledge that you carry of San Joaquin County is such a valued asset, and we will miss you, and just the work that you've done. And obviously, you could see the camaraderie and the friendship and the responsiveness that you have, because we're not the most low-maintenance kind of folks, because when constituents call, who do we call next? You. So I want to thank you for your responsiveness, your dedication to San Joaquin County, and you being a fabulous employee. And I will hand it off to Supervisor Ding for some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your responsiveness. Thank you for your succession plans. You have a wonderful staff, and they're on it. We've paved or treated over 600 miles of roads in my district because they like me more. No, I mean, we can't, people in my district can't exactly jump on a bus, to get around. So anyway, thank you very much. You've done a phenomenal job, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
I think the biggest thing is just a true professional, and everything you do, the way you conduct business, the way you reach back to us when we have issues. I'm very, very thankful that your succession planning is paid off, and I just want to congratulate you and enjoy retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fritz, hey, we're going to miss you. And, just like what our chairman was saying, when we get called, we call your office. And public works related issues is probably the number one concern, at least in my district, roadways especially. But, going to Washington, D.C. with you and seeing the knowledge that you have when we're talking to our congressmen, our senators, and Department of Transportation, down to the public when we're having public meetings or forums. And it's just refreshing to know you have someone of your caliber, and it's going to be missed. And even in my former life in law enforcement, and when we're out in the county and we're having roadway issues, and seeing how public work interacts and the hard work that they do is a reflection of your leadership. So you will be missed, but just like I mentioned before, retirement is nice.
Yeah,
Right? And enjoy your time with your family, your loved ones. And hey, we're still here. And if we can't get a hold of Najee, again, we still have your cell phone number, so we'll be giving you a call. So again, God bless you and God bless your family.
Thank you.
I'm just going to mention one other thing, and that is, it's not just, when you think of public works, you're thinking of the trees and the roads, but your knowledge and expertise and helping us this year stop the Delta Tunnel from going from your trips to DC, advising the DCC. There's a coalition of 5 counties around the Delta. We're on the phone every week talking about water. Your expertise there, it's things like that nobody sees and is so critical to the livelihood of San Joaquin County. Thank you.
One of the other things, I was just at CSAC in San Jose, and you were there a little early for me, 8:30 in the morning. Najee was leading the meeting, and David was in the meeting, so of the engineers, because it's at the same time. So thank you for your dedication, even going to that when you're on your way out. Just speaks to his leadership skills and how much you care. So you have the floor, and you have family here, and so it's all you.
Thank you very much, Board, for that kind and thoughtful recognition. As I've reflected upon my county career recently, it's occurred to me that I have quite a bit to be thankful for. First, I'd like to introduce and thank my mom, Carol, my wife, Penny, and my son, Zach, whose longtime love and support has always been an important part of any success I've had. I'm thankful for the great relationships Public Works has and enjoys throughout the county organization. Virtually every county department is a customer of Public Works through our fleet division. But the partnerships and collaborations we engage with the majority of county departments are a critical part of us successfully achieving our day-to-day or accomplishing our day-to-day work. I would like to thank the board for its unwavering support of our Public Works team and the work we do. I also appreciate that the board generally allows us within the budget and policy framework that it establishes the freedom for us to run the department that we, in the most beneficial way that we see for our customers and constituents. I think that approach adds value, and I appreciate it because many government agencies don't operate that way. Finally, I'd like to thank our more than 500 outstanding Public Works professionals who dedicate themselves to improving our community every day. I've worked with a lot of smart and talented people in my 34-year career, but our current Public Works team is by a fair margin the strongest team I've ever worked with. When our team is firing on all cylinders, my job is really a matter of asking the right questions, making sure they have resources, and then just stepping aside and letting good things happen. And fortunately for me and for the county, that scenario plays out a lot for this team. While Public Works will forever be a work in progress because we're always trying to improve, I have every confidence as I head into retirement that I leave the department in good hands and that Public Works will continue to thrive under future Director Najee Zarif's leadership. And I'll note quickly in closing, as I've discussed with several of you board members, that while I'm excited about my life's next chapter, I will without a doubt greatly miss the people at the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Family first, or your family, county family? Executive team next, and then all of Public Works. David, Don, Christie, Alice. So at this time, we're moving number 5, correct? And Clerk-
Number 3, under recognitions, next is the presentation of the San Joaquin County Human Resources Functions, Programs, and Highlights. And I would invite Jennifer Goodman to the podium, but she's already here.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, members of the board, CAO Regalo, and Council Kiernan. I'm Jennifer Goodman, Director of Human Resources, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you, maybe continuing the theme this morning of really exciting departments to talk about. But we're going to share with you our community, a brief overview of the work of the Human Resources team. So I'm thankful to have the opportunity to lead a great team of hardworking people and HR professionals, and hope you enjoy this brief overview of the functions as we look towards the county's next 175 years.
San Joaquin County Human Resources, growing public service for 100 and San Joaquin County Human Resources, growing public service for 175 years. San Joaquin County Human Resources is a division of the County Administrator's Office that provides centralized services for all county departments. In 1984, HR was a small but mighty team of 25. Today, we are 63 employees strong across 10 units. Over the years, our work has grown not just in size, but in scope and impact. Human Resources is celebrating 175 years of public service by reflecting on 4 core principles that guide our work: opportunity, innovation, partnership, and community. Opportunity reminds us that public service opens doors for careers, for growth, and for making a difference. Innovation keeps us moving forward, finding new and better ways to serve in a changing world. Partnership reflects the power of working together within HR, with departments, and with the community we serve. And the community is the heart of everything we do. Let's start with opportunity. San Joaquin County is a merit-based personnel system that is governed through a civil service commission. The 5-member commission is appointed by the board, and the Human Resources Director serves as the secretary to the commission. The 22 civil service rules provide the legal and structural foundation for how the county recruits, hires, promotes, and manages employees under the merit system. Human Resources plays a key role in implementing these rules by classifying positions, establishing and applying minimum qualifications, administering competitive exams, and maintaining eligible lists used for appointments and promotions. HR ensures hiring is conducted from legally certified candidates, supports departments in maintaining probationary periods, and coordinates personnel matters related to discipline, leave, and reemployment rights. We also work closely with the Civil Service Commission on rule development, hearings, and interpretation. In short, the Civil Service provides the framework, and Human Resources turns that framework into opportunity by creating fair and transparent pathways for the employment, advancement, and growth within San Joaquin County's public service. One of the earliest known recruitment efforts for public service in San Joaquin County was placed by the District Attorney's Office in the Stockton Evening Mail on March 10, 1880. Today, our recruitment efforts may look a little different, but what remains is that for 175 years, public service in San Joaquin County has offered opportunities that rise above the ordinary. It's about connecting individuals to purpose-driven work in careers that contribute to the well-being and progress of our entire community. Throughout most of our history, San Joaquin County has been the largest employer in the area. Looking back to 1984, San Joaquin County had a workforce of 3,663 employees. Fast forward to the present, and in 2025, we're proud to support a workforce of more than 8,300 dedicated public servants. Opportunity in public service is not just about where someone starts, it's about how far they can go. We strive to build careers that grow with people. Because when people are given the opportunity to serve, grow, and lead, our entire community benefits. A shining example of that opportunity is one of our very own HR employees, Christy Sanders, someone who's built an incredible public service career right here in San Joaquin County. In 1998, Christy started as a part-time extra help office worker in the pharmacy at what was then Mental Health Services. Not long after, she moved into a part-time role at San Joaquin General Hospital as a personnel technician, and before long, that became a full-time position. After several years supporting the hospital's Human Resources Division, she promoted to personnel analyst. Over time, working both in central HR and in a departmental HR role at the hospital. In 2015, her hard work was recognized when she was named San Joaquin General Hospital's Employee of the Year. After a transition back to Central Human Resources in 2020, Christy stepped into a brand new role as a supervising personnel analyst, leading our leave management unit. And today, she's our principal personnel analyst, managing both position control and leave management. From a part-time extra help position to leading key functions that impact the entire county, Christy's 28-year public service journey is exactly what we mean when we say San Joaquin County creates pathways for growth. It's proof that when opportunity meets dedication, careers can truly bloom here. When we think of innovation, we often picture new tools or emerging technology, but in public service, innovation is also about adaptability. It's about recognizing the moment we're in, understanding what people need, and evolving our systems to meet those needs in efficient, creative, and thoughtful ways. Over the last 175 years, the county workforce has had to adapt to seismic changes, from economic downturns to population booms, from new laws and technologies to shifts in how people want to work and live. With each change, Human Resources has leaned in and led with practical innovation. Advancements in technology have paved the way for some of the most significant shifts in how HR conducts our work. One of the most notable changes occurred when the transition was made from strictly paper application submittals to fully capable online application systems in 2001. This change saw the number of submitted applications double as a result of dramatically improved access to employment opportunities and enhanced efficiency and equity in the recruitment process. In 2022, the county faced a major challenge with recruitment and retention and experienced a vacancy rate of 17.69%, an all-time high. Human Resources brought forth a hard-to-recruit incentive program, which was adopted by the board in September of 2022 and has already helped reduce the vacancy rate to 11.45%, a tangible result of rethinking old challenges with new strategies. Employee development has also grown through innovation. Through SJC Engage, the county's training program has grown by leaps and bounds. From expanding physical, mental, financial, and professional wellness learning opportunities to providing greater access to all county training via online virtual training courses. Engage has developed courses to help employees grow not only as people, but as leaders. These courses allow employees to set personal goals, move up in the workforce, gain valuable skill sets, and improve overall well-being. To prepare the next generation of public service leaders, the Human Resources Leadership Academy was created. This in-depth training program has helped prepare new and emerging leaders with a strong foundation in supervision, hiring, and county rules and policies. Innovation in HR doesn't always make headlines, but it shows up in stronger systems, smarter processes, and better outcomes for the people we serve. And that kind of innovation is what keeps public service moving forward. If there's one thing we've learned in 175 years of public service, it's that we don't do this work alone. Effective HR doesn't happen in a vacuum. Every job we post, every policy we update, every program we build is part of a larger network of shared goals and shared responsibility. That means working closely with department leaders to understand their workforce needs and partnering to find forward-thinking solutions. Whether it is assisting the Emergency Operations Center with disaster service worker staffing during a local emergency, or ensuring the county workforce has access to comprehensive benefits that support their health and well-being, Human Resources is committed to staying connected to the broader community because in public service, the people we hire are the same people we serve. Through the SJC Engage program, new doors were opened when Human Resources established the Incumbent Apprenticeship Program. This first-of-its-kind program is a partnership between Human Resources and county departments. The Incumbent Apprenticeship Program is a groundbreaking effort that allows current county employees to receive paid education and hands-on training in target job classifications. This is a long-term investment in helping employees build lasting, fulfilling careers in public service. When we talk about community, we're not just referring to the people we serve. We're talking about the people we work alongside every day. For 175 years, San Joaquin County has grown, changed, and diversified, and so has our workforce. That connection matters because the strength of our service depends on how well we reflect the communities we support. Over the past 2 decades, our workforce has transformed. These shifts mirror broader trends across San Joaquin County's population, where cultural diversity has long been one of the region's defining strengths. Human Resources understands that when we build a workplace that reflects the community we serve, we don't just improve outcomes, we strengthen our impact and grow public service for the next generation. You can see that spirit in traditions like the Diversity Luncheon, which celebrates its 25th year this fall. In 2002, this event welcomed 91 attendees. Last year, that number grew to 255. Every attendee, through shared food, stories, and culture, strengthens the sense of belonging across departments and throughout the organization. When people feel like they belong, they stay, contribute, and then help others grow. That's the kind of community we've been growing for 175 years, and it's one we'll continue to nurture for generations to come. The mission of San Joaquin County Human Resources is to partner with all county departments, community organizations, and educational institutions to recruit, develop, and retain employees of the highest quality and competency who represent the diverse community we work and live in. Community is the foundation of public service, and from it grows everything else. Opportunity for meaningful careers, innovation to meet the moment, and partnerships that make progress possible. It's how we've grown for 175 years and how we'll continue to grow together.
And if I could just take a moment, with me this morning are members of the San Joaquin County HR management team. So if I could just ask them to stand. Their hard work is what helps make HR such a strong team.
Perfect. Great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chris Woods.
That's correct, Chair. Next, we have the presentation on the San Joaquin County Human Services Agency functions, programs, and highlights, and Director Woods will be giving the presentation.
Thank you.
Whoops, my bad. Good morning, Chair Canepa, members of the board. I'm Chris Woods, and it is my privilege to be your Human Services Agency Director. I'm here to present the history, programs, and highlights of the Human Services Agency. I want to thank this board for this opportunity, and I'm extremely proud of the HSA team and its contribution to growing greatness in San Joaquin County. And I will do my best to move quickly. Throughout the 1950s, the department acquired additional space. Sorry, I'm moving way too quickly. I jumped right ahead. The origins of HSA can be traced to the 1920s when the department was known as Associated Charities and was staffed by one social worker, one bookkeeper, and one stenographer. The department occupied space on North San Joaquin Street, just one block away from here. And in 1928, the department was renamed the San Joaquin Relief Society and renamed again in 1934 as the Welfare Department, when it moved into space in the Masonic Temple on Market Street. During the next decade, the department's responsibilities grew, and so did its footprint. Throughout the 1950s, the department acquired additional space to accommodate growth, eventually being spread across several buildings in downtown Stockton. On January 9th, 1950, your board authorized the purchase of the Stockton Mess Hall Building, number 565, located at the Stockton Field Airport, for $1,248, with plans to move the building to the corner of Hazelton and Della Streets. In the same year, in July, the county agreed to lease a building to be built at the corner of Market and Stanislaus Streets to house the Welfare Department. And I will say this was news to me. According to an article published on July 17, 1950, the building was to be completed by the end of the year and be leased for $850 a month for 5 years, replacing office space on San Joaquin, which lacked adequate space and parking. In early 1958, there was an effort by then Welfare Director C.A. Stewart to consolidate the department from several smaller offices to one. The effort included negotiation of lease terms with various building owners to coordinate all leases to expire on December 31st, 1963. There were some contentious negotiations, including one owner attempting to increase rent by 40% for the 3-year extension. After much discussion, on May 29, 1958, your board rejected the proposed terms. Ultimately, in 1964, all department functions were moved into the former Stockton Hotel. We still have a few active employees who worked in the Stockton Hotel, and I've heard accounts of the basement flooding often, offices complete with restrooms and bathtubs, and it's quite interesting stories. During its stay at the Stockton Hotel, the department became known as the Department of Public Assistance. In June 1983, your board consolidated the Department of Aging, the Community Action Agency, and the Department of Public Assistance under the Human Services Agency umbrella, effective September 1st, 1983. Perhaps fitting, given it still occurs today, and Human Resources went just before us to ensure that we understand they are two separate departments. Local newspapers referred to the new agency as the Department of Human Resources. We are the Human Services Agency. In 1989, operating in outdated, cramped, and inefficient offices that required extensive and costly maintenance, the county undertook a project to construct a new HSA building at the corner of San Joaquin and Market Streets in downtown Stockton. Ray and Phil's Bar and Rossi's Bar were a couple of notable watering holes displaced due to construction. Work began in the summer of 1989 and completed in the fall of 1991 for a total cost of $32 million. The 5-story, 272,000 square foot building was a culmination of years of planning, design, and construction efforts. And the building on the right was taken, a picture on the right was taken in May 25th, 1990. Described as a modern state-of-the-art structure that blended and respected historic buildings in downtown Stockton, it was featured in design publications for integrating art, architecture, and interior design, with its atrium skylight depicting a world map and columns featuring 53 bronze rings. The county received attention for its creative financing package, which received approval of the federal capital expenditure method of reimbursement, allowing for recovery of costs on an accelerated basis of 20 years. The building was dedicated on the afternoon of August 26, 1992, with opening remarks given by Board Chair Edward Seamus. In October, having grown to 917 employees, HSA moved into the newly constructed building where our primary location remains today. The new Mary Graham Children's Shelter campus was dedicated on May 29th, 2003. It replaced an inadequate and outdated facility and featured 2 cottages, a child advocacy center, a visitation center, and school. And I couldn't resist throwing up this certificate here signed by Congressman Pombo. I thought Supervisor Ding would appreciate that. All right, well, transitioning to today. The above left logo represents HSA's logo implemented in 1997. In 2023, HSA embarked on an effort to renew its image and increase its visibility in the community. And in 2024, a new logo was launched as a visual representation of the agency's evolving identity and renewed commitment, not only to serving the community, but also to partnering through compassion and dedication, and as our tagline states, to provide support when it matters most. Today, HSA has 16 locations providing service to San Joaquin County residents, including 8 community centers. There are 12 budgets under the HSA umbrella, totaling $605.4 million. HSA has 1,416 allocated positions dedicated to providing state and federal mandated public assistance and social services programs for the residents of San Joaquin County. HSA is organized into 5 bureaus, each with service as a core value. So eligibility services led by Chris Maxwell, Deputy Director, who's here. My executive team is here. Children's Services led by Kia Pride Polk, Deputy Director. Employment and Youth Services, Don McLeish, Deputy Director. Aging and Community Services, Elise Vigil, Deputy Director. Administrative Services, Brandy Corvey, Deputy Director. And I also want to acknowledge Assistant Director Sam Case. Medi-Cal is California's version of the Medicaid program and covers a wide range of services. Eligibility is based on income and household size. And in 1965, it was established in law with the signing of the Social Security Amendments in 1965. There are currently 269,262 San Joaquin County residents receiving Medi-Cal through HSA. In the month of November, HSA received 4,003 Medi-Cal applications, and Medi-Cal pays for more than 40% of all births in California. In 1964, the Food Stamp Act was passed as part of President Johnson's Great Society program. Locally, on August 20th, 1973, by a vote of 4-3, this board directed the food stamp program be implemented in San Joaquin County, effective April 1st, 1974. The food stamp program is now known as SNAP at the federal level, and California's version of the federal program is known as CalFresh. CalFresh helps low-income individuals and families purchase food at grocery stores and farmers markets. There are currently 128,419 San Joaquin County residents and 66,191 households receiving CalFresh benefits. More than $270 million in CalFresh benefits are issued each year in San Joaquin County. Last month, HSA received nearly 2,600 CalFresh applications. On August 22nd, 1996, President Clinton signed the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, also known as the Welfare Reform Act. It is considered one of the most significant pieces of welfare legislation. This change emphasized the need to transform the cash assistance system into a work-focused, time-limited program referred to as Welfare to Work. In 1997, the AFDC program transitioned to TANF, Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, as a state block grant. In California, TANF is known as CalWorks. The CalWorks program is the most extensive cash assistance program for children and families. There are currently 32,205 individuals in 9,892 households receiving CalWorks benefits in San Joaquin County. In the current fiscal year, we are on pace to issue approximately $118 million in CalWorks cash assistance in this county. HSA received 720 CalWorks applications in the month of November, of which nearly 68% were determined eligible. The CalWORKS program is part of a welfare system that places high value on recipients securing work. Over 4,500 parents are engaged in employment services activity, including job preparation and placement services, work experience, employment activities, vocational training and education, and mental health and substance use treatment. 55% of CalWORKS participants in San Joaquin County exit with earnings, ahead of the state average of 50%. Now an overview of child welfare. Organized child protection in the United States began in 1874 with the creation of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children in response to the high-profile case of Mary Ellen Wilson in New York. Child welfare was non-governmental until the creation of the Federal Children's Bureau in 1912. During the Great Depression era, public agencies began to take on child protection responsibilities, often through county welfare departments. With the Social Security Amendments of 1967, all states enacted child abuse laws and required state compliance to receive federal funding. HSA's Children's Services Team is focused on ensuring the safety, permanency, and well-being of abused or neglected children. State law requires child welfare agencies to investigate reports of child maltreatment either within 24 hours or within 10 days, depending on the severity of the allegations and risk to the child. When HSA receives a report of suspected child abuse or neglect, social workers investigate the report to determine if the alleged child maltreatment is substantiated as defined in state law. Substantiated reports require further action, such as providing supportive services to the child and family, or if there's imminent risk to the child's safety, removal of the child from the home. HSA received 11,048 child abuse and neglect hotline calls in 24-25. Calls were received from the public, mandated reporters, and law enforcement. Of the 11,048 calls, 906 were determined to require an immediate response, which is defined by law as within 24 hours. I want to emphasize, state law requires an in-person response within 24 hours. In San Joaquin County, your Human Services Agency has a social worker responding within 2 hours, day or night, 7 days a week. And that's a fact I'm very proud of. If it is determined after an investigation that the child cannot remain in the home, a protective custody order approved by a dependency court judge is required prior to removal. If removed, the child is assessed at the Mary Graham Children's Shelter to determine health and safety needs and placement options. Foster care or relative placement is arranged in the most family-like setting consistent with the best interest of the child. Within 3 business days of the child being removed, the case is heard in dependency court to determine if sufficient evidence exists to continue court intervention. Within 60 days of the child being removed, there will be a child and family team meeting. This is an important meeting because it is a time for family and friends to meet along with the social worker and others that might be able to provide support to the family. At this meeting, decisions about the child's placement will be discussed. I'd also like to point out that in San Joaquin County, child and family team meetings occur within 10 days, not within 60. Again, a fact that I'm very proud of. There are approximately 1,323 open child welfare cases per month. A social worker must visit each dependent child and their caretakers in the home at least once each month and arrange for contact with each parent at a minimum of once a month or the stated time in the case plan. With children placed in the most appropriate family-like setting based on the best interests of the child, social workers are visiting children and youth locally, but also nationwide. Last month alone, 12 social workers conducted 31 compliance visits requiring air travel to 20 cities and 10 states through 32 different airports. Visits took place in California, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Colorado, North Dakota, Michigan, Illinois, Florida, and West Virginia. This does not count the hundreds of visits made by car that were conducted in-state and Western Nevada. Ongoing case management services assist in the development of basic life skills of the family to keep the family intact or to develop alternative family structures when the child cannot remain safely in the home. Approximately 12 to 18 months of services are provided to parents to be able to safely reunify with their children, all of which are under the supervision of the dependency court. Assembly Bill 12, enacted in 2010, created extended foster care in California. It allows eligible youth in the child welfare and probation system to remain in foster care until age 21. San Joaquin County Child Welfare currently serves 195 youth ages 18 to 21. Additionally, the Independent Living Program provides current and former foster youth ages 16 to 21 with training, services, and benefits to assist with becoming self-sufficient. In the most recent federal fiscal year, 476 youth received services through the Independent Living Program. We can all agree that the best scenario is to prevent children from being removed from their home in the first place. The Family First Preservation Services Act of 2018 shifts child welfare focus from a reactive system to a preventative one by using federal funds to keep families together. Key provisions of the act include time-limited, evidence-based services like mental health, substance abuse treatment, and in-home parenting programs with the goal of preventing children from entering foster care. It supports keeping children in their home with their families and relatives and offers support for parents in the residential substance abuse centers. San Joaquin County Children's Services has been working on prevention for some time, having previously implemented the Intensive Family Preservation Program, which is a voluntary case management program designed to work with families who are at risk for child welfare involvement. The goal is to keep children safe and in the home. The Family Preservation Services Program, who recently featured a table at the State of the County exhibition, includes two components: Family First Prevention Services and Intensive Family Preservation. Since operating under the combined Family Preservation Services Program within HSA, over 55 families and 149 children have received prevention services to strengthen families and keep children safely at home. The Mary Graham Children's Shelter provides temporary protective custody and services to children alleged to be abused or neglected and who come within the jurisdiction of the juvenile court as dependents. It's governed by Welfare and Institution Code and California Regulations, Title 22, which mandate the delivery of specific services including food, clothing, healthcare, education, safety, supervision, counseling, recreation, and religious services. Mary Graham Children's Shelter is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week facility that serves as an assessment center for youth removed from the custody of their caretaker and provides a safe place while appropriate placement is being arranged. Children are expected to stay less than 10 days. Mary Graham Children's Shelter is a valuable resource in the system of care for youth in our community, and I want to thank this board and the County Administrator's Office for your support of the Children's Shelter. Just want to briefly highlight the National Adoption Saturday, which is a national celebration of adoption held the Saturday before Thanksgiving, where adoption cases are finalized in a public event. During this year's event, 28 children were adopted by 17 families. And last fiscal year, 159 children were adopted in San Joaquin County. Next, I'll highlight services under the HSA's Aging Community Services Bureau. So Congress passed the Older Americans Act in 1965. The original legislation established authority for grants to states for community planning and social services in the field of aging. California passed the Older Californians Act in 1980, establishing the California Department of Aging, responsible for administering the Older Americans Act within California and defined the duties of each local area agency on aging. HSA is the designated area agency on aging in this county. Senior nutrition is an important and robust program in San Joaquin County. The Home Delivered Meals program delivers 5 frozen meals per week to homebound and frail older adults. The program is on pace to provide 90,077 meals to older adults this year. The Congregate Meals program provides in-person hot meals served at 20 locations throughout the county, serving approximately 133,000 meals to 2,400 seniors annually. The Intergenerational Activities program provides activities and meals that promote socialization between older and younger adults. 2 paint night events have been held this year with 54 older adults and 58 younger adults participating, with other events being planned, including a senior prom. Supportive services are available to older adults to address functional limitations, promote socialization, and continue health and independence, and protect elder rights. Together, these services promote older adults' ability to maintain the highest possible levels of functioning, participation, and dignity in the community. Services include case management, telephone reassurance, fall prevention, information and assistance, legal assistance, transportation, and disaster preparedness. Of note, last year, 484 older adults who might otherwise be isolated received safety checks and social contact through the telephone reassurance program. 275 older adults and people with disabilities received fall prevention services. And there were 13,612 contacts through the information assistance line, and 1,022 older adults received 3,630 hours of legal assistance. Family caregiver support services are designed to reduce caregiver burden, enable caregivers to remain in the workforce, and prevent or delay the need for a higher level of care for the care receiver. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program is a free, confidential service providing advocacy for residents of skilled nursing facilities and residential care facilities for the elderly. And the Ombudsman investigate issues like abuse, poor care, misuse of restraints, and discharge problems, and empower residents and families through prevention and education. The Adult Protective Services team investigates allegations of abuse or dependent adults and seniors aged 60 and older. Social workers with specialized training provide protective services, intervention, linkage and referral to community resources, and elder abuse education. Last year, 4,308 reports of abuse were received, and 2,636 cases were open. The Home Safe program is a state-funded program providing direct financial assistance and housing-related case management to older adults involved in the APS program that are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Home Safe assistance includes rental payments, deposits, landlord incentives, housing navigation, furniture, utility payments, moving assistance, and other services to secure permanent housing or housing stabilization. The Food for You program provides free food to income-eligible individuals and families in San Joaquin County. A network of 23 distribution sites throughout the county delivered over 4.8 million pounds of food in 2024 to approximately 181,000 individuals and 70,000 households. And we've got a nice little picture of our warehouse with pallets leaving the warehouse to be delivered. HSA staffs and operates the county's 8 community centers. The community centers are widely known for their services and activities for older adults, which are catered to the community's interests. One center has an active Zumba group, where others, like Larch Clover and District 5, have active bingo and quilting groups. The centers also keep youth engaged in activities in summer through sports, arts and crafts, and other organized events. 110 youth participated in the 2025 Summer Youth Enrichment Program, which exposed youth to the Monterey Bay Aquarium, ice skating, the Exploratorium in San Francisco, and culminated with 4 days and 3 nights at Camp Jones Gulch in the Santa Cruz Mountains. The Summer Aquatics program at the Kennedy Community Center was very popular again last summer, with over 1,200 community members participating in open swim and swim classes. Centers are used for parent cafe meetings and workshops in support of children's services, and CalWorks employment services classes are provided in resume preparation and interview skills. The community centers do so much more. 225 backpacks and school supplies were distributed through the community centers to low-income families. Over 380 families received assistance applying for Medi-Cal and CalFresh through the centers. 14,948 congregate meals were provided to older adults 60 and older, and over 780 holiday food baskets were distributed. First Five San Joaquin was created in response to the passing of Proposition 10 in 1998. Prop 10 adds a 50-cent tax on cigarettes and other tobacco products. Funds that are distributed from the state to the county level based on annual birth rates. The First Five San Joaquin Commission, with Supervisor Gardia representing your board, oversees the distribution of funding to programs that promote, support, and improve the early development of children ages 0 to 5. Since 1999, First Five San Joaquin has invested $250 million towards improving the lives of children and families in San Joaquin County. The community impact of First Five San Joaquin is measured, evaluated, and remarkable. That's why I threw this slide in here. I'm particularly proud of the internal partnership that created the Works programs, where in the Family Works program, CalWorks families receive early learning and job readiness support on the bottom left-hand corner of the slide. In Journey Works, families receive mental health and substance abuse services. And in Housing Works, families receive housing assistance. The Works programs are unique to San Joaquin County, and since 2019 represent a partnership within HSA to better serve families. The most significant community impact in terms of investment, with $10.3 million in 23-24, was in resilient families on the far left. Thousands of children and their caretakers benefited from home visiting services, mental health support, family engagement, and literacy services. And last but certainly not least, Neighborhood Preservation joined HSA in June 2024. The Neighborhood Preservation team administers the county's HUD grant programs and other state and federal grant programs. In the administration of these programs, Neighborhood Preservation also operates housing rehabilitation and home ownership programs and acts as the administrative entity and collaborative applicant for the San Joaquin Continuum of Care. Major grant programs include HAP, Continuum of Care Program Competition, and the Community Development Block Grant. So in conclusion, I realize I just went through this presentation without my reading glasses on. Although not extensive, I'm hopeful this presentation demonstrated the significant contribution of the HSA team toward improving the quality of life for our community. There are challenging times ahead. How the impacts of HR 1 will be operationalized are not yet specified and are likely to have significant negative impacts for low-income individuals and families. Even with the challenges ahead, I'm confident the HSA team will adapt and continue to provide support to our community when it matters most. I want to thank this board and the County Administrator's Office, the numerous county departments and community-based organizations with which we partner, and the entire HSA team. HSA has been my home for 28 years. It's my privilege to serve as your Human Services Agency Director. I love my job, and I hope it shows. And I look forward to many more years of growing greatness in San Joaquin County. That's it.
Thank you. You might not need reading glasses if you made that whole presentation without them. I mean, come on now. Thank you, though. That's very valuable information because I think a lot of people don't exactly know all the programs that you guys are doing. So thank you for being there for the community members that need it the most.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity.
Appreciate you. All right. We're moving discussion item number 5 up.
Chair, I believe the request is to have that after consent.
Oh,
So
after
at this time,
consent?
it would be public
Okay.
comment.
Okay, public comment.
And then consent calendar, and then the discussion item.
Okay, public comment. So let me go into this spiel here. So now at this time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda in minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There's a limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. Yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Okay, first up. Nikki Smith, and on deck is Liliana Uding.
Good morning, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Nikki Smith. I'm the president of Cleveland School Remembers, a local chapter of Brady United Against Gun Violence. I am here today regarding the recent tragedy that occurred on Lucille Avenue and took the lives of 4 young people and injured many. I have attended a vigil and community convenings where emotions ranged from numbness to deep sadness to anger. I have been part of the gun violence prevention movement for many years, and am sorry to report that this incident is not unique to Stockton or to our country. Death by gun violence is the #1 killer of children in our country. 8 children die every day by gun violence in our country. There are more guns in our country than there are people. This problem is not going to go away soon, but I promise to do everything in my power to support any policy, laws, or violence intervention funding put forward by this body. We have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Liliana Udang and Chris Elias is on deck, please.
Morning, Mr. Chair Canepa. How are you doing today, sir? Good to see all of you gentlemen here. I wanted to give some kudos to what the board has done, clearly with the Sheriff Withrow and DA Freitas having the resources they need to be able to prosecute these crimes that we saw occur a few weekends ago. It is very clear to me that you all have put a lot of effort into that space, and I want to thank you for that. The reason I'm here today is to now encourage you to look at the other side of that equation, which is the prevention and intervention side. There's a lot of really good work being done across jurisdictions in the state, including in our own community with your own behavioral health department. There's a lot of great work doing outreach. The problems that we as a community have been engaging with at different convenings of stakeholders and nonprofits is that there seems to be a fragmented sense of communication amongst these individual organizations. And so I'm here to encourage you, as this is the last meeting before the new year, as we head into this next year, to start thinking about ways that we can beef up that coordination, expand access to programs that benefit both youth intervention, workforce collaborations, and various mental health services across the board, whether that's through the, I believe it was previously 3x3, but I think it's a different name now, committee between the county, the city, and school districts, or if that's just within internal resources that the county here has to offer. And then I'll just leave you with one little anecdote. You all know me. I've been around for a little while now. I'm born and raised here in Stockton. I'm not unfamiliar with the violence that occurs here. My 7-year-old son is. I try to shield him from those things. And it's scary to be able to look at my son and say, no, we can't go to Best Lumpia right now because that place is marked off right now. We can't go there. And try to shield him from what that means. And I would love to be able to tell him that there's tons of work happening that is visible and that people can point to and have access to resources to give him confidence that stuff is going on. I know things are happening. You all know things are happening. Our community doesn't. And you are the trusted messengers that people have elected to do that work. And so I just really want to encourage you, if it's an issue of not understanding what exactly who's working on what, to engage with those nonprofits and those community leaders who have been doing this work for decades, because they're doing it right now and they're doing it really, really well. And then obviously this is not just all on you. We have conversations that need to happen with city officials, and I know that those sorts of communications are not always the easiest to do, but I just want to encourage you to be the leaders in this community. Stockton resides within the county of San Joaquin. It is the largest city in this area. It's the 10th largest city in this state. You have the opportunity to be the leaders to ensure that we are doing things right, that we are getting our resources that we need both from the state, federal, and county levels. And so I just want to thank you all again for the time to speak and encourage you to consider the prevention side of the equation, not just the prosecution side after the violence occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we Supervisor Gardia on it, 2x3x3, 2 county, 3 city, and 3 Stockton Unified. The meeting is next Monday at 5:30 at Stockton Unified. So we do partake in that. So we hear you. So thank you, Chris Elias. And on deck is Pat Barrett.
Good morning, Chair Canepa. Chris Elias is my name, and I'm from the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency. I'm speaking today on behalf of my colleagues there, even though I'm kind of one step in and one step out. But today, I just kind of put some frame of reference to my comment. It's just basically to commend and congratulate your Public Works Director, Fritz Buckman. So, but to get to that point, I wanted to kind of set the stage by saying that basically that public institutions, as you all know, are built very slowly, through decades of effort, trust, and responsible stewardship. They can be strengthened quickly when leadership applies the delicate balance required to keep the essential services functioning. This is especially true in San Joaquin County, where critical public safety infrastructure, from seamless transportation network to effective flood control system to protect the residents and businesses of our community is very important. From safe, clean water to cost-effective solid waste operation. Mr. Buckman understood not only the mechanics of the job, but the gravity of their impacts on residents. From responsive services to quickly fixing potholes to timely garbage removal, from clean, safe water supply to reliable traffic signal near elementary schools, and so on and so forth. In addition, he and his team brought good, old-fashioned common sense to delivering his job, to doing his job. As JAFCA, we benefited immensely from those values and his can-do approach that he brought to the table during my tenure as the executive director. In fact, one example of that interagency collaborative trait he brought to the job is evident in an item that you'll be considering later on today on your agenda on the Joint Interim Operations Agreement on the Smith Canal Gate project. So today, I stand here to congratulate Mr. Buckman on his retirement, and more importantly, to thank him for his outstanding public service to the people and businesses of San Joaquin County. I'm very happy to see as he has a team in place at Public Works and the Roads Commission and County Water Conservation and Flood Control District to keep the momentum going. A team that comes to the table every day, approaching their role with humility, seriousness, and clear commitment to do public good. I wanted to thank you for the support given him over the years and to congratulate him on his retirement, and thank you for the board for your work. Happy Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your service also. Pat Barrett and Tammy Dunbar, you're on deck, please.
As the year ends and a new one begins, we are mindful of the changes that take place. One of the biggest changes is in our mental health system, and you all know how I feel about that. From BHS handling all mental health services to they will now be split between BHS and adults and public health through the school districts for our youth. My point is that your constituents need outreach, which is your job to make sure these come about as far as services have changed and how they will be dispersed and how to learn and exercise the services for their students. I know it will be 6 months before this change, and they do have services now, but now is the time to start service education. So I'm asking you to please put this on the top of your list for the coming year, that Public Health presents a campaign that parents can not only use these services, but those of us who work in nonprofits that offer early prevention for our youth. I also want to ask Supervisor Gardia to please have a town hall for District 1 to bring our concerns that need to be considered now and not before re-election that I am seeing at city level. And I know our kids in District 1, nor their parents, have ever talked to me about anything concerning Santa Cruz Hills Summer Camp, although they know about giveaways. One last thing. Please move presentations to after public comments. Presenters are on the clock. Your public is not. People can read the agenda, see what they wish to wait and hear from, and besides, presenting our informational items. There is a section for them. And to all of you, happy holidays. And I say holidays and not Merry Christmas because we are such a diverse county and we do serve multiple cultures, and so they all celebrate in their own ways.
Thank you. That was the 170 minutes. You're good. We're done. Tammy, you have the floor. Congressman Grace.
Good morning, Board Chair Canema. Been sitting too long, my fellow St. Mary's alum. Supervisor Ding, Rickman, and Gardea, friends and staff. Good morning. I am here to give you an update from Congressman Adam Gray. We're happy to report that the Department of Veterans Affairs has announced they will implement policy from Congressman Gray's Strive Act of 2025 and relieve veterans of more than $272 million of medical copay debt within the VA's payment processing system. Congressman Gray said, "I'm glad to see President Trump and VA Secretary Collins enact the key portion of my Strive Act and get serious about relieving our veterans of debt they should never have accrued. After their service, our veterans deserve high-quality, affordable care, not more red tape. I look forward to continuing my work across the aisle to bring down costs for our veterans." Congressman Gray also introduced the PRECISE Act, a bipartisan bill that will increase the accessibility of loans for precision farming technology. Affordable precision agricultural technologies and applications have the potential to substantially increase our farmers' crop yields, improve distribution, and reduce input costs, all while lowering emissions and soil degradation. Lastly, Congressman Gray introduced the Protecting Healthcare and Lowering Costs Act and co-sponsored bipartisan legislation called the Fix-It Act. The first bill extends the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits for 2 years, preventing millions of sudden spikes in healthcare costs. The second bill reverses all cuts to Medicaid enacted this summer, cuts which would result in 7.8 more uninsured Americans. Lastly, we were happy to hear that Vice Chair Dhaliwal is now home, recovering from surgery. We will continue to pray for his full recovery and return to his faithful service to the people here in San Joaquin County. And we wish you all a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Joyous Kwanzaa, Felices Posadas, Blessed Bodhi Day, and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Lauren Cardinale and Vanessa Barberis is on deck, please.
Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. I am here today to clarify what has been known as the countermeasure emergency situation that San Joaquin County has failed to perform and also has failed to warn. This past week, on November 28th, the Chief Medical Safety Officer for the United States of America confirmed that 10 children have, in fact, succumbed to the injuries of the mRNA COVID shot. 96 were reported and 205 were on VAERS. If you exponentially take that out, that's 5,000 children that should be alive had we just not exercised common sense, or as what's known as a stop work authority. Chair Canepa and CAO Regalo, you are our emergency operations staff. You are charged with protecting life. That means from our own government. A stop work authority is to be implemented 8 hours after a serious injury of an eye or a death. 9 weeks ago, after 5 years of requiring and requesting stop works, you could have protected children from having a toxic injection that kills them. It kills adults and it kills the elderly. I'm gonna put it this way. If your body is a car, what happens when you put water into the gas tank? Hey, heck, let's throw some sand and sugar in there for good measure. That's the solution they put into everybody. It's called DNA augmentation. They spliced our DNA and played God. They called it directing evolution. Well, did they direct it in a good way? Did we all get better? The Office of Emergency Services was given the required procedural incident report. They are non-responsive. I'm calling on you, as it is your duty to protect life in this county, to call a COVID response moratorium, to prohibit mRNA LNP injections. It also stops reproductions. Women can't have children anymore. It's a eugenics experiment of a final solution. We heard about this 100 years, but we all forgot about it. So now we must always remember to protect life. It's clotting people till they have strokes. It's attacking people's heart till they die. Children's insides are rotting out, and they know about it. They're negligent. It's criminal negligent homicide. You can call an emergency meeting, or you can pick up the phone and tell Tiffany that she needs to do her job to protect children. It's a stop work, it's immediate, and you can end it. If you want me to help you, I will help you. I have 4 children. I don't want to be injected with something that's going to rip their internal organs out, just like when you put gas in a car.
Thank you.
Are you failing to call a stop work?
I am not engaging.
You're not going to exercise your
Thank
duty?
you. Thank you for your comments. Vanessa. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Canepa, Supervisors. I am Vanessa Barberis here from Waste Management. I'm here this morning, just wanted to give a brief update on our Area C transition for the solid waste collection. About a week ago, we began delivering carts to residents in Area C. That's the trash, recycling, and organics carts. In this last week, we've delivered about 26,000 carts so far of the 58,000 total. So we're making really good progress, and we will be set for the January start of service. But as you know, these carts are active, out being delivered right now. We're starting to see the normal influx of calls from residents, and I imagine that your staff will also start receiving calls pretty soon. So just wanted to give you all a reminder that if there's any questions, any concerns from your constituents, please feel free to reach out to me directly or my team, and we'll be happy to support and help with that.
And our go live date is
January 1st.
January 1st.
January 1st. So the way that that will go is carts are going to be delivered from now until January. January will begin service, and then Republic will begin removing their carts.
Perfect. Thank you for the update.
I'll leave extra carts at the desk.
Thank you. This time, anybody in the audience that didn't fill out a card wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll be moving on to item 5. Before consent, correct?
I believe after consent.
Okay, now we'll get this eventually here. Okay, moving on to consent. Supervisor Rickman. Supervisor Dane. Supervisor Gardia. Okay, can I have a motion to accept the consent calendar?
Moved.
Clerk of the board, can we call for the vote? Okay, quickest part of the meeting. Moving on. Now we could take number 5 for the 3rd time. Authorization to implement a long-term closure of Foothill Sanitary Landfill. Fritz Buckman, Public Works. You have the floor, sir.
I thought you retired.
Is this the last? Is this the last time? Last time you're in front of us? You have the floor, sir.
Oh, shoot. Thank you, Chair Canepa. Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. The item before you is to consider authorizing a long-term closure of Foothill Sanitary Landfill. Deputy Director David Tolliver will provide a brief presentation on the proposed closure, And at this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Tolliver.
Good morning, Chair Canepa and members of the board. As Director Buckman mentioned, we are recommending a long-term closure of Foothill Landfill. First, a quick review of the background. In 2023, Blue Ridge Services completed a comprehensive solid waste strategic plan and needs assessment aimed at identifying the most cost-effective and sustainable approaches to managing the solid waste system. The primary goal was to balance cost savings with long-term system sustainability. Two primary viable options emerged from the study. The first was a transition of Foothill Sanitary Landfill from contractor-run to county-operated. This transition has been completed and is projected to save approximately $2.4 million annually by integrating Foothill operations into the county's management structure. The second option was to suspend Foothill operations and consolidate waste disposal at North County Landfill. This option involves suspending Foothill operations entirely and redirecting all waste to the North County facility until it reaches capacity. Together, these options are expected to save around $5.3 million annually, amounting to approximately $80 million in savings over the next 15 years. We pursued these options since the substantial savings will allow us to build reserves needed to support our long-term infrastructure needs, ensuring the solid waste system remains sustainable and financially viable well into the future. To prepare for this potential operational shift, we have obtained state approval to increase both the daily tonnage capacity and vehicle limits at the North County facility. This approval ensures the facility can handle the increased volume and traffic resulting from consolidating waste operations. In addition, we completed a comprehensive initial study and mitigated negative declaration under the California Environmental Quality Act. This environmental review process was conducted to assess potential environmental impacts associated with the increased capacity and operational changes. In June, the board formally adopted the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, confirming that no significant environmental impacts will occur as a result of the shift to North County-only operations. We are recommending a three-staged approach to the closure. First, public self-haul will be discontinued January 10th, 2026, and the operating days for licensed waste collectors at Foothill will be reduced to 5 days per week, consistent with commercial hauler operations. Second, following the current landfill module reaching capacity in mid-2026 and a required 60-day notice, Foothill will discontinue accepting solid waste and redirect licensed hauler waste to alternative county locations at North County and Lovelace Transfer Station. And third, long-term closure activities would begin around mid-2027 after all required regulatory steps are completed. Public Works is committed to clear communication with the community regarding these changes. We will implement a multifaceted outreach strategy using print, digital, and on-site signage at solid waste facilities. The goal is to ensure that the public is fully informed well ahead of any service changes. Additionally, we have carefully considered potential community impacts of these changes. It is important to note that communities impacted by the operational changes will continue to have access to a solid waste facility within 20 miles, ensuring continued access to convenient disposal services. In fact, North County is closer than Foothill for a large majority of in-county users. Both North County Landfill and Lovelace Transfer Station will be open 7 days a week to serve residents and businesses. In total, the proposed long-term closure of Foothill Sanitary Landfill is projected to save approximately $80 million over 15 years. The savings will provide reserves to support the future solid waste infrastructure needs. The recommended closure will result in no impact to the county general fund. At this point, I will pass the presentation back to Director Buckman to review the formal recommendation.
Thank you, Deputy Director Tolliver. This concludes our presentation. Two things I'd like to quickly add before turning it back over to the chair. First, I want to thank our state advocate, Paul Yoder, for his efforts to ensure that we got the revised North County permit from the state in time for today's board meeting. And finally, I'd like to note that with today's recommended actions and actions your board has approved over the last 18 months or so, the county now has nearly 150 years worth of available landfill capacity, and we are poised to save the county's solid waste customers more than $250 million with a B dollars over the next 35 to 40 years. I want to thank our integrated waste manager, Bryce Howard, and his solid waste team for being the master architects behind many of these moves the board has taken over the last 18 months or so. So following any questions that the board may have, it is our recommendation that you authorize a long-term closure of Foothill Sanitary Landfill as outlined on the slide. And Mr. Tolliver and I are available to address any questions your board may have.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation. It's absolutely amazing the amount of money we could save. Questions, comments? Yes, sir. Supervisor Ding.
You are, your record over this last couple of years with your team, you don't hear this in government service right now. We're gonna save $250 million. You know, we're gonna spend. And it's not just to the county, the amount of money you've saved residents by helping renegotiate the contracts with Waste Management Area C, bringing residential costs down 40%, and still delivering services that are top-notch. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. It's why we're here.
Motion to approve?
Supervisor Rickman.
I'll second that once it's, goes to a vote. But I just want to piggyback off what Supervisor Ding. Great job. I mean, you see what's going on in the feds, and you see what's going on in the state of California. What are they talking about? An $18 billion deficit next year, I think it is. And you look at local government, right? And especially in this county and what we're doing and what you and your team did. Not only is the money saving, but I mean, hey, we're one of the fastest growing counties in the state. And as you mentioned, 150 years, of capacity, that allows us to grow. So kudos to you and your team. And, when people look at how government should be run, don't look at the state, look at your local government who's here serving the people, every single day. So again, thank you guys.
Supervisor Gardia. Then I'll open it up for public comment before we do the motions.
Yeah, I just want to back up what my colleague said, but I think bottom line, it just backs up your legacy of what you provide to this community in this county. And again, congratulations, and what a way to go out swinging.
That's what I want to say. That's a good drop the mic moment. So appreciate you and your years of committed service to San Joaquin County.
Thank you very much.
We have a first and a second. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this before we vote on it? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we call for the vote? There you have it, sir, 4-0. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
That's awesome.
And Merry Christmas and happy retirement again.
I'll be back.
All right. My spot here. We're going to the Sajafka Smith Canal, so we're going to recess the county board and open governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control Water Conservation District.
Chair
Authori-
Canepa, I'm sorry, this is a consent item, so there's going to be no presentation. The board
Oh,
just needs to take
okay.
action.
Consent item. Do we have a motion to second to accept the work,
So moved.
Second.
the agreement for the Smith Canal gates? We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, can we call for the vote? Do I need to open up for public comment or? No? Okay, call for the vote. Motion passes. Adjourn the flood control and adjourn the San Joaquin County for next hearing. All right, next hearing is you have the floor. Where are we at here?
9 a.m.
So Chair Canepa, this is the public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve general plan and development title text amendment number PA 2500265 relating to various sections of the general plan and development title.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
Corinne
morning.
King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Principal Planner Megan Ayura here with the presentation, then we're available for questions.
Good morning. This project is a general plan and development title text amendment for minor updates to both documents. Amendments include changes to general plan goals, LU 7 and IS 7, as well as changes to development title series 200, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, and 900. The county's general plan was updated in 2016, followed by an update to the development title in 2022. Since adoption of both documents, staff has found a number of errors and inconsistencies and also identified opportunities for process improvements and updates to project requirements. The current project is a fourth general cleanup text amendment. The proposed text amendments include creating an exemption from the agricultural mitigation requirement for county projects on county-owned land and adding more flexibility to both the general plan and development title regarding options for providing water, wastewater, and stormwater drainage systems when public facilities are not readily available. Other minor updates include changes to provide clarification and correct typographical errors, formatting issues, omitted information, and incorrect references or application types. A notice of exemption is proposed for this project because it is anticipated that these changes will not cause a significant effect on the environment. If the project is approved, a notice of exemption will be filed. In order to approve the general plan and development title text amendment, several findings must be made in the affirmative. On November 6th, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward the text amendment to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation to adopt the findings and approve the project. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors take the recommended action shown on this slide and include it in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, this time I'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, hearing is closed. Board members, questions, concerns? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Go ahead. Supervisor Rickman.
Quick question, and I don't know if this, well, it doesn't address it, and I'm not sure if this is a proper place to discuss it or not, but when you talk about infrastructure requirements, it doesn't specifically mention, one thing that we are getting a lot of is building in the county side, you know, with like churches, especially in my district, but yet the infrastructure, roadways aren't being updated at all. There's no development agreement, there's no collection of funding to widen these roadways and improve these roadways at, you know, at a future time when traffic capacity becomes too much for what we have. Is this a proper place to discuss this, or is this some other venue?
Well, not really, because this specific one is for
Okay.
infrastructure for water, sewer, and storm drainage.
Right.
I can speak a little bit to it, but I will say it's mostly public works.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. And I'll talk to Ms. Jolly, she's sitting in the back here, you know, for a future, if this comes to our board. I just wanted to make sure that it was mentioned, I didn't miss it, so.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
problem. Thank you.
Well, actually, one good, since we are on, you talked about sewage, right? Wastewater, stormwater, and so on. Again, in my district, of course, it's, you know, we've had some past developments in which sewage capacity is an issue, to a point in that we're gonna have to spend, you know, over $10 million for possibly a new facility. So how are we making sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, so these specific text amendments don't speak so much to those public services. This is kind of the opposite. We're addressing the issues when people want to develop on-site services. And so for those cases, that would be usually a community service area. And that would be something Public Works, again, would be more informed about. But these specific amendments are to allow development on parcels where they can't get those public services, and they want to be able to put it on their parcel, and currently the development title and general plan don't allow on-site services.
But even if you put it on, so what kind of buildings are we talking about? So if you're on-site services, you still need water, you still need sewage, and so how are we gonna make sure that the capacity is met for not just, that single development, but, how it is, you get one building and more follow, so.
Yeah, so each time that they want to build something, they'd come through for review. And so environmental health would look at their on-site wastewater and if they can provide service for what they're proposing. So what they usually ask for, and I don't want to get too far into it because it's environmental health, but they do usually ask for like a replacement area for their leach lines and that sort of thing to make sure if there's some failing to the system that they have an opportunity to fix those things. But each time they come in for a building, they'd look at that and see what the capacity is that they need to serve and if their existing septic system will support that or not.
All right, and, into there, I just, since Mrs. Jolly's, and we talked about this before, one thing I'm very, very concerned about is once you're building in the county, regardless of what it is, the infrastructure has to meet the demand, and not just the demand for today, but 10, 20, 30 years in the future. So, we don't get into predicaments that we are currently in because of agreements that were reached or buildings that were done 20, 30 years ago. This board is, in the process of dealing with something that we should never have because of, it should have been better planning done.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Call for the motion.
So moved.
Second.
In a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 4-0. Moving on, public hearing on Williamson Act contract cancellation number PA-240082 and minor subdivision lot line adjustment number PA-24003337, Randeep Singh, Kara Dillon, and Murphy, District 4.
Good morning again. Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. Megan Aguirre here to provide a presentation, and then we're available for questions.
Good morning again. This project is a Williamson Act contract cancellation to remove 9.65 acres from contract in order to facilitate a lot line adjustment and minor subdivision resulting in 3 parcels. The project site is located in a campo on East Peltier Road, 3/4 of a mile east of State Route 99. The project site has general plan designations of general agriculture and resource conservation and is zoned general agriculture. The surrounding area is in agricultural production with scattered residences. The 2 existing parcels are outlined in pink. One of them is quite small towards the road. The proposed lot line adjustment area and minor subdivision would adjust these lines and create a 3rd parcel within the proposed cancellation area, which is depicted with blue hatch marks. A Williamson Act contract was approved in 1976 for the 49.65 acre project parcel. The existing 0.35 acre parcel was not put under contract at that time. The property owner recently applied for a lot line adjustment and minor subdivision to result in 3 parcels, 2 of which would be below 10 acres in size. In order to approve these property line changes, the property must be brought into compliance with the Williamson Act contract regulations by canceling 9.65 acres of the existing contract. Because a Williamson Act cancellation is an immediate removal of the property from contract, the property owner must pay the state a fee that is equal to 12.5% of the property valuation. The fee for this project is $56,875. Additionally, the Board of Supervisors must make one of 2 findings in the affirmative to grant the cancellation. On November 6th, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward it to the Board of Supervisors for approval with the recommendation that finding number 1 can be made in the affirmative because the cancellation is consistent with the purposes of the Williamson Act, and the findings for subdivision can also be made in the affirmative. If the Board of Supervisors approves this project, a notice of exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act will be filed since the project consists of minor alterations to land and land use limitations. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors take the recommended action shown on this slide and include it in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, public hearing is open. Anybody, comments, questions? Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Please come forward, state your name. 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Afternoon. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. This is my first time, my first event being into a board meeting, so this is my first experience, so please bear with. My question is, I live at 46-7 in Harvest Road in the Campo, and I got this, so does that mean that you guys are gonna improve my area? Because we had a lot of flood issues back in 2 years ago, where we were, actually, my house flooded out almost. So I'm kind of concerned about that as well. Or what does it mean for me to be here today as far as trying to comprehend? What is she trying to do to the property? Or does she owe me any land or I owe her? How does that work so I can comprehend what she was trying to say?
Perfect. Can we?
So through the chair, what this is this is a lot line adjustment to increase the size of a small parcel to 5 acres, and then to do a home site parcel, another 5-acre parcel. Those are both can be approved by staff, but because they're canceling the Williamson Act, because the 2 5-acre parcels are less than the 10-acre minimum, that's what we're here for the board for. So we're really just canceling a contract, which is just the Williamson Act contract, a tax assistance for them.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not proposing any buildings or anything. We're just doing a lot line adjustment and a minor subdivision to create a third lot on this parcel. It's the Williamson Act cancellation we're here for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then going forward, does that parcel need to be vetted in the community, or they have the right to build on it?
They have the right. It's zoned, the appropriate zoning to build up to your primary and your accessory dwelling unit on each parcel.
Okay. So this is a formality, obviously giving them the opportunity to split their parcel.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and asking a question. Appreciate it. Anybody else from the public wishing to speak? Okay, next I'm going to close the public hearing. Any questions up here, or I'm seeking a motion?
Motion to accept the findings and approve?
First and a second, call for the vote, please. Motion passes 4-0 to allow the Williamson Act to be changed. Okay, at this time, number 3, public hearing on Williamson Act contract cancellation number PA-2500173 and lot line adjustment number PA-2400534 of Barbara and Robert Costilio Enterprises, care of Mike DeGroot of DL Builders, District 4.
Good morning again. Corinne
Try
King,
again.
Deputy Director of Planning. I have Megan Aguirre here to provide a presentation.
Good morning. This project is a Williamson Act contract cancellation to remove a 2-acre portion of a parcel from contract in order to facilitate a lot line adjustment with an adjacent parcel. The project site is located on north of Linden on East Comstock Road, half a mile east of North Duncan Road. The project site has a general plan designation and zoning of general agriculture. The surrounding area is in agricultural production with scattered residences. In these drawings, the 2 existing parcels are outlined in pink. The area to be canceled from Williamson Act contract is identified with blue hatch marks and is the proposed location of the parcel line adjustment. A Williamson Act contract was approved for the project site in 1971. The property owner recently applied for a lot line adjustment between 2 parcels, one of which is proposed to be below 10 acres in size. In order to approve this change, the property must be brought into compliance with the Williamson Act contract regulations by canceling the contract on the parcel that is below 10 acres. Because the Williamson Act cancellation is an immediate removal of the property from contract, the property owner must pay the state a fee that is equal to 12.5% of the property valuation. The fee for this project is $26,500. Additionally, the Board of Supervisors must make one of 2 findings in the affirmative to grant the cancellation. On November 6th, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward it to the Board of Supervisors for approval with a recommendation that finding number 1 can be made in the affirmative because the cancellation is consistent with the purposes of the Williamson Act. If the Board of Supervisors approves this project, a notice of exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act will also be filed since the project consists of minor alterations to land and land use limitations. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors take the recommended actions contained on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. This time I'll open the public hearing. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open it to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I will close this and board comments or motion, please.
Motion to accept findings and approve?
Motion, can I get a second, please? Second, motion and second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys don't have this one. You get to move, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 4, appoint Naji Zarif as the Director of Public Works of San Joaquin County effective March 23rd, 2026, and conduct a public hearing regarding designation of County Road Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair
Director, you have
Canepa,
the
members
floor.
of the board. I'm Jennifer Goodman, the Director of Human Resources. Today's action has 2 separate items, so I will request that the board first conduct the public hearing and then return to me to introduce a second action that is part of this item. So at this time, it's recommended that the board conduct a public hearing regarding the designation of County Road Commissioner. California Government Code 2006 requires each county to have a designated road commissioner. Fritz Buckman has served in this role since June of 2022. HR recommends the board consider designating Naji Zarif as the County Road Commissioner effective March 23rd, 2026. To be eligible to be designated as the County Road Commissioner, the candidate must be a registered civil engineer, and Mr. Zarif has held that professional registration since 2004. In addition, he has served as the Public Works Deputy Director of Engineering since 2019. As required, a 14-day notice of this hearing was published in the Stockton Record and posted at the county courthouse. At this time, it's recommended that the board conduct the public hearing and appoint Naji Zarif as the County Road Commissioner effective March 23rd, 2026.
Board members, questions? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on Naji being the road commissioner? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing, bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion approved, we have a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote, please. Naji's got a new job.
Well, he may in a moment.
Did
Thank
you want it? Sorry, you got it. Thank you for that. Second part.
All right, thank you, Chair. The second item for the board's consideration today is an action to formally appoint Naji as the Director of Public Works effective March 23rd, 2026. Government Code 54953C3 requires an oral report on the salary before the board formalizes the appointment of Mr. Zarif. So today's action recommends the Director of Public Works be appointed at step 4 of the designated salary range was an approximate annual salary of $267,794.
Thank you. You moved seats. Sorry, I didn't see you over there. You were over there earlier, so. Any questions, comments? Do I need to open it for public comment?
You do not. You can accept a motion.
Motion?
So moved.
Motion?
Second.
Motion?
Go ahead.
Motion second. Call for the vote. Effective March 20, what, pardon? Gardia, please. Supervisor Gardia. Sorry.
It's effective March 23rd, 2026, which is after Mr. Buckman's retirement on March 20th.
Thank you. All right, but for a second, thank you very much. Congratulations for your 2 new jobs. Appreciate you. All right. Moving on to number 5, which Public Works. Okay. Public Works hearing related to an adoption of a resolution of necessity for the acquisition of real property for the Buckman Road Bridge number 29C-227, replacement and direct acquisition of said real property by eminent domain, 4th District, 2/3 vote required. Dude, you're holding things up. I got Rickman over here. That awkward moment, that elevator moment.
To merit on the first day.
All right. Good morning, Chair Canepa and board members. As you know, Naji Zarif, Deputy Director of Public Works. The item before you is a public hearing related to adoption of a resolution of necessity for acquisition of real property for the Buckman Road Bridge, number 29C227 replacement project. I will provide a short presentation to describe the proposed project and necessary right-of-way acquisition for the board's consideration. I'm here with our Engineering Services Manager, Jana Roots, who's going to be available to assist with any questions that the board may have. The Buckman Road Bridge 29C227 replacement project will replace the existing 1931 timber bridge, which has critically low sufficiency rating and continues to deteriorate. The project will construct a new concrete bridge that meets current design standards, providing long-term durability with reduced maintenance obligations. The project design is anticipated to be completed in 2026, and construction is scheduled to begin in early 2027. The project is located at the Buckman Road Bridge over Duck Creek in Farmington, California, on property owned by Buckman Property Partners LLC, which is managed by William Murphy. There are 3 parcels involved in this acquisition, as shown on the map before you. To complete the project, the county needs to acquire 0.26 acres of permanent roadway easement and 0.56 acres of temporary construction easement. The appraised just compensation for the required easements is $20,500. All the negotiations began in May of 2023. Multiple good faith efforts have been unsuccessful, and the county has not been able to reach an agreement with the property owner. Staff is recommending that the board consider adopting a resolution of necessity for the acquisition, which is the first step in the eminent domain process that provides for court-ordered acquisition in the absence of a voluntary agreement with the landowner. The resolution of necessity under consideration makes the following essential findings. The public interest and necessity require the proposed project. The proposed project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. The subject property, which is legally described and attached to the resolution, is necessary for the proposed project, and that the offer was made to the owner of record based on the amount established as just compensation. Today, Public Works is asking the board to conduct a public hearing to allow for public comment on the proposed project and the property acquisition. I then recommend that the board consider adopting a resolution of necessity for acquisition of the needed property interests, which will authorize the county council to obtain an order of possession and the auditor controller to issue payment of $20,500 for the deposit. Chair Canepa, this concludes my presentation, and Ms. Roots and I are available to answer any questions that your board may have.
Questions or comments for the board before I open the public hearing?
I just have one question.
Yes,
I
sir.
know you're a bright guy, but if you're gonna start construction in 2027, how is it gonna be completed in 2026?
The design effort will be completed in
design.
2026. Yes.
Thank you. I was thinking maybe, they teaching you different things in school. I wanted to know about that one. Okay.
Time travel, maybe? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. How much property are we talking about?
So the permanent right-of-way is just over a quarter of an acre, but then we also are asking for a temporary construction easement to allow for construction to occur, which is about another little over half an acre, 0.56 acres.
Okay, so, all right, cool. Thank you.
Okay, open the public hearing. And Charlotte Mitchell, we have a speaking request. You have the floor, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Charlotte Mitchell. I represent the California Farmland Trust. Our mission is to conserve, thank you, the productive family farms by placing conservation easements and stewarding them, and we have an easement on this property, subject property, that is in front of all of you. We submitted formal comments back on November 25th, and I believe they've been received and hopefully part of the package of public notice. The California Farmland Trust holds a conservation easement on Murphy Farms property, which we acquired in 2019 to protect the long-term agricultural use. We also hold conservation easements on 2 additional properties involved in this acquisition for the Buckman Bridge. And the county's in the process of requiring project-related easements, both the right-of-way and permanent acquisition. As a county staff is aware, we have been working cooperatively in good faith to consent to the county's easement purchases on all 3 of the properties, and we have successfully negotiated agreements and in escrow on the other 2 that were mentioned by Najee. Regarding Murphy Farms property, we understand that if an agreement is not reached for the county to purchase the necessity easements, the county may consider pursuing eminent domain. Because the California Farmland Trust holds a conservation easement on this property, we will be named in any resulting legal action, even though we're fully willing and cooperative to consent to the county's acquisition. Our goal is to continue working collaboratively with the county staff to ensure this process moves forward efficiently, avoiding unnecessary costs and minimizing the need for formal legal proceedings. We respectfully request updates on the status of negotiations and notice of any intent to file a lawsuit so that we can coordinate early and explore options to streamline the process. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning on the matter.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarification there. Anybody else wishing to speak from the public? Seeing none. Yes, sir, you're itching or you want to talk? Okay. Close the public comment. Basically, this is just to give us the tools so that we can get further down the road because they're not right. We're in a standstill.
That's correct. Yes, we will get the order of possession, but we still reserve the right to negotiate an agreement in lieu of eminent domain proceedings.
Okay. So then if it is different than the dollar amount that you appraise here, how does that come back to us or how does that work?
So yes, if we enter into an agreement, if we are able to negotiate a settlement with the property owner, we will bring that back to the board for approval.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Can I get a motion? Supervisor, motion, second?
Second.
Motion and second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Public Works, number 6, public hearing related to the adoption of an ordinance amending Title 5, Division 2 of the Ordinance Code of San Joaquin County by amending Chapters 2 and 7 and adding Chapter 16 regarding recovered organic waste product procurement. All districts. Said ordinance introduced and waived on November 18th, 2025. Welcome. More garbage stuff.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, members of the board. I'm David Tolliver, Deputy Director of Public Works. This is the time and date set for a public hearing regarding an ordinance that amends Chapter 2 and 7 of Title 5, Division 2 of the Ordinance Code and adds a new Chapter 16 regarding recovered organic waste product procurement. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed ordinance.
Bless you.
Following the presentation and any questions from your board, we recommend that you conduct a public hearing and consider adopting the proposed ordinance. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Management Analyst Julie D'Ambroso and Marissa Davidson.
Good morning. Several amendments are proposed in Section 5-2202, Commercial and Industrial Solid Waste Collection, to add clarity and guidance for licensed collectors in the county. The first requires that outstanding debts to the county must be settled before a license is issued. The next update sets an initial 1-year license term for new collectors, followed by 2-year renewal terms for collectors who remain in good standing. Current licensed collectors will transition to the new 2-year term license. The current ordinance provides that licenses are valid indefinitely until revoked. An additional update adds language making it clear that all solid waste collected from unincorporated areas and from cities under county waste disposal contract must be delivered to a county-owned solid waste facility. In section 5-2204, collection of recyclable materials, is amended to eliminate the exemption that allows state-certified recyclable collectors to bypass county licensing. While state certification provides a level of qualification, it does not cover all recyclable commodities or collection methods, and gaps remain in communication, oversight, and reporting. Requiring county licensing for all collectors will ensure consistent accountability, improve information flow, and strengthen compliance across all recycling activities. Section 5-2205, management fee, recodified from section 5-2202, is amended to clarify the language and establish a due date for payment of the management fee each calendar quarter. At this time, I will pass the presentation over to Management Analyst Marissa Davidson.
Good morning. In Chapter 7, Section 5-2702, Use by Solid Waste Collectors, proposed amendments clarify provisions related to the disposal of solid waste collected from unincorporated areas and cities under county contracts. Chapter 16 is an addition that addresses Senate Bill 1383 requirements for recovered organic waste product procurement and is based on a CalRecycle model ordinance. The current procurement target for the unincorporated county is 12,455 tons of specific recycled organic waste products that meet specified quality standards. Importantly, the costs for recovered organic waste product procurement will be fully funded through the management fees collected from licensed solid waste and recycling collectors. The proposed ordinance amendments result in no net cost to the county. At this point, I will pass the presentation back to Deputy Director Tolliver to review the formal recommendation.
Thank you, Julie and Marissa. Chair Canepa and members of the board, this concludes our presentation. Following any questions the board may have, it is our recommendation that you conduct a public hearing and consider adopting the proposed ordinance as presented. Staff and I are available to address any questions you may have.
I just have one. How many people does this affect? There are a lot of people that have to apply for this?
A handful? Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
a handful. Currently,
Okay.
we have 6 collectors.
So this is just getting us to state standards, right, basically?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Any other questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Back to the board. Questions or a motion?
Just real quick, Chair, and just to explain this, this is all because it's in the Bill 1383, correct? Which is a requirement from the state of California. And so,
Correct.
I can't say what I want to say. That it rolls downhill, so,
Yes,
Right.
that's true.
okay, thank
Literally.
you.
Have a motion? Or do I
Got a
close it? Sorry, I didn't close it. There we go. Oh, go ahead.
Motion to adopt proposed amendment.
Second, anybody?
Oh, second, I thought you said second.
Oh. Motion and second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hearings are done. Do we have outside counsel?
We do, yes.
We have 2 minutes. Okay, so we will come back for discussion after the break. Thank you. Are you ready to video? Are we ready? Huh? Oh, okay. We're gonna reconvene the meeting, and County Council has some reportable action, which we will go over until Supervisor Ding comes out.
With respect to closed session items, the case Carr versus County of San Joaquin County, Supervisor Kenepa made the motion, seconded by Supervisor Gardia, and by a vote of 4-0, the board approved settling that matter, the terms and conditions of which will be available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement agreement. With respect to the second case listed in closed session, Sung Min Wang versus San Joaquin County, Supervisor Ding made the motion, which was seconded by Supervisor Kenepa, and by a vote of 4-0, that matter was also approved for settlement. Again, the terms and conditions of that will be available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement agreement. That's all the reportable action.
Perfect. I want to comment on Supervisor Gardia being a grandpa, his civic engagement. His daughter had a baby at 8:30 this morning. So congratulations. Sorry you had to be with us and not over there, so I apologize for that. But Luke is his name. Do you want to say congratulations to your daughter, or are you good? They're not watching. They're not. We're not. They're not YouTubing us. Well, it was a thought, right? So congratulations on your new grandbaby. So pretty exciting. Okay, we're back at discussion. Accept fiscal year 2025-2026 first quarter budget report. Approve the creation of the ERP replacement project fund and associated transfer. Approve the use of county facility fees and associated transfer, and authorize appropriation increases of $26,888,361 and 4/5 vote required. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board, county council, county administrator, clerk of the board. I'm Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator, here to present the 25-26 first quarter budget report. The agenda for a brief, less than 10-minute presentation is listed here. We'll start with summaries of the adjusted budget and net county cost, followed by staffing and budget recommendations. We'll touch on a few key highlights to include the ERP project and the Hospital Enterprise Fund. And lastly, we'll touch on a few areas of concern as we move forward into the new year. The table here on this slide sums the adjusted budget at a very high level, which as of September 30 was roughly $3.3 billion. Of that, the county's general fund budget was approximately $1.5 billion. The sources of funding, including the use of fund balance, are shown here on the slide. Net county cost is the amount of discretionary general fund support the county provides to departments. The last column here on this slide shows the projected net county cost as compared to budget as of the end of the first quarter. Net savings are estimated at $20.1 million. The largest amount of expected savings is in the law and justice functional area, followed by general government and health services. And these savings are primarily due to vacancies. Of note, the human services functional area is projected to be over its net county cost by 10.8 million. That's caused by an overrun in the human services agency budget of 11.4 million. And they are projecting significant revenue shortfalls as the main driver for their overrun, but it is partially offset by lower than budgeted expenses. The department has undertaken mitigation efforts, including a reduction in overtime, delaying of some technology projects, and pausing hiring in most of their classifications, but they do expect to exceed their budgeted net county cost. An updated estimate will be prepared and shared with your board at the mid-year budget report. We anticipate that in March.
Go ahead, you can, that way it's fresh in your mind.
The human service, didn't we just get a report on that today? That wasn't mentioned in there. But, so, is that due to state, that due to feds? I mean, the stuff that we're seeing, is it because of that, or is it what other factor? I mean, because it's not a small number, it's $10 million.
It's not a
almost
small-
11.
Correct, yeah. Director Woods, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I know, I didn't see it in your 95-page PowerPoint earlier.
No, it was not in there, Supervisor Rickman, Chair Canepa. So the Human Services Agency budget, just the salaries and benefits alone are $92 million. So when we look at costs of living adjustments that are applied, those impacts are significant. The agency's been has been absorbing those costs within its budget with no net county cost.
But
for a
don't
number
you
of
take
years.
that into factor when we do the budget in July? I mean, that's foreseeable, right? So is there some unforeseeable costs that are contributing to this?
So those costs over the last number of years have been absorbed while our revenue for example, realignment has not increased to the same degree. So we've seen a reduction in 1991 realignment revenues of about $9 million over the last number of years, as well as a flattening of 2011 realignment. So those realignment revenues are not keeping up with the cost of doing business, and yet we're required to provide mandated social services.
By the state?
By the state and by the feds.
Now, that leads me to a question to you, County Council, about unfunded mandates and stuff like that.
I'll reach out to the director after this meeting and get the details. Whether it's actionable is dependent upon the details.
Okay. Well, and I'm sorry to my colleagues, but it's projected, the state's projected to have, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, just going by memory, like an $18 billion deficit next year. So are we expecting even more of a budget issue with human services?
So I've taken mitigating actions over the last number of months, including hiring freezes. I continue to hire in programs where we do have revenue, but the programs that are most impacted are child welfare and adult protective services, for example. I have eliminated overtime almost, by 75% within the department, as well as just continually reviewing those expenditures. Now, I am concerned about the future of the state budget because economic performance of the state budget, economic performance of the state has an inverse relationship with the need for human services programs.
Right.
When the economy's worse, the need for our programs go up. And that is a significant challenge, and that inverse relationship is very challenging.
And the reason, people that are watching, the reason I'm asking these questions and with the budget and all so on, is that if, we still have to have the same level of services, just like you were talking about, then the state needs to, give us some money to perform, those services. So, and that's when we're talking about unfunded mandates and so on. So that's the reason I'm asking.
Yeah,
But I appreciate it.
I share your concern.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Van Stein, you have the floor.
I still have Mr. Woods? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand you clearly as we move forward from here, and this probably goes across all departments. The 10 million shortfall, is it because we overspent based on monies we actually got, or did the state not fulfill its obligation? You were talking about overtime, et cetera. My concern as we move forward into, Newsom cyberspace here, this is going to continue to happen. And we're going to be promised dollars that are not going to come, and we got to keep our eye on it. But when you're showing a projected shortfall of 10 million, is that because the money that was supposed to come from the state didn't, or was it because we were just going to find the money somewhere else? How did we wind up $10 million over in the spending category, or is it in the income category? Why are we off 10 million?
So our projected expenditures are actually less than budgeted.
Okay.
However, our revenues are also less.
Okay,
And
that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, so we've taken mitigating factors, and over the last 3 years, I have used some realignment revenues to ensure that there was no net county cost. And prior, in a number of years back, realignment revenues were sufficient to ensure that there was no net county cost. And over time, those realignment revenues have not kept up with the cost of doing business.
Great, thank you.
You guys good? Mr. Vanstein?
Okay. Moving on to staffing, the county's vacancy rate as of September 30 was 12.3%, and that's compared to a rate of 15.4% at the end of first quarter last year. So significant improvement, even as a net of 26 full-time positions were added as part of the budget. Several departments do continue to have a high number of vacancies. Those include the district attorney, healthcare services agency, probation, and the sheriff. And that's contributing to the net county cost savings that you saw on the previous slide. Moving on to recommendations. The first 4 action items here will increase appropriations for various unbudgeted costs identified at the end of the first quarter. Those total about $26.9 million. The details of the recommendations are contained in the staff report. I'll just mention each one here really briefly. Approximately $220,000 for the district attorney, approximately $299,000 for probation pretrial services, about $1.5 million for neighborhood preservation, and $24.9 million for the Be Well construction project. These adjustments are all funded through increased revenues at no net county cost. In particular, part of the increase to the Be Well construction budget is contingent upon the board's approval of the 5th recommendation shown here, which is a transfer of $13.7 million from the county facilities fees fund. And then lastly, the recommendations include establishing a new fund for the ERP project, which I'm going to go into on the next slide here. As part of the 23-24 budget, the board approved an initial set aside of $40 million for the enterprise resource planning, or the ERP system. That's to replace the core systems for financial and HR business tasks. At the time, the funds were added to the county system's automation reserve fund, and that fund is also used by ISD for some of its projects. Since the initial $40 million contribution, ERP was aligned under the Auditor Controller's Office, and the CAO's office now recommends creating a separate fund for ERP, and that will assist both departments in tracking and reporting of their resources separately. As of September 30, $37.4 million was remaining out of the original $40 million, and it's expected that this will last through Phase 2 implementation of the human capital functionality of the system. So the recommendation would be to transfer that remaining $37.4 million to a new fund. This slide provides a snapshot of the hospital's projected net loss of $33.1 million, or $8.2 million unfavorable compared to the adjusted budget. And this is primarily due to operational causes, including significant overruns in part-time labor and overtime as compared to budget. Since the hospital's budget is an enterprise fund, the projected loss will be absorbed by its fund balance, and there's no additional general fund contribution recommended at this time. They do have some projected increases in revenue to partially offset the labor cost overruns.
Sure.
That includes net patient revenue and supplemental funding revenue. Actions being taken to mitigate the expected loss include scheduling improvements to minimize reliance on part-time hours, policy and process changes to manage overtime, and a review of staffing contracts. And the hospital will continue to manage and monitor to identify additional opportunities for improved efficiency and revenue generation. If necessary, the department may return to the board during the mid-year budget review to address these overruns and expenditures. On this final slide, we just would like to call the board's attention to and touch on some areas of concern that are on the near horizon and that we're looking at as we're heading into the new year. In partnership with the assessor's office, the CAO is closely monitoring property tax revenues. The multi-year forecast that was presented to the board as part of the 25-26 budget included slower growth of between 0 and 2% in fiscal years 26-27 through 29-30. And that's down from the 5% growth assumption that we used for the current 25-26 budget. We will present a full projection for our general purpose revenues, or GPR, as part of the mid-year budget report after the receipt of the first installment of property tax payments this month. On the subject of labor costs, an agreement with the attorney's bargaining unit is expected to come before your board after the first of the year. Those costs are not currently in the first quarter projection. In addition, the county is currently bargaining with the correctional officers and will begin bargaining with the DA investigators and our largest labor organization, SEIU, in the latter half of the fiscal year. And for context, SEIU makes up over half of our budgeted labor costs for full-time positions at about 53%. Lastly, HR 1 is likely to result in major funding cuts to healthcare and food assistance. Timelines, implementation details, and state-level responses are still evolving. The governor's 26-27 budget is scheduled to be released in January, and we hope that will provide additional guidance to counties regarding HR 1. The first quarter projections include very few of these impacts due to timing. At the beginning of next month, again, our office will be asking departments to update their projections based on their December 31st position, and this will include incorporating as much as we can regarding known HR 1 impacts, and we'll continue to address these as we prepare for the 26-27 budget. Chair Canepa, that concludes my presentation. Department head, CAO, staff, and I are available to answer any additional questions that you have.
So well, I just have one quick question. You had 20.1 million. Were those expenses? So the neighborhood preservation of 1.5, that's not going into continuing of care. What was that for? On slide number 3 on first quarter budget report recommendations.
The 1.5 million for neighborhood preservation is a recommended increase in their budget. It's fully funded by revenues they expect, but they did not fully budget for some of the programs that are escalating in the timeline for their expenditures. It's mostly for the homeless housing and assistance HAP program, and then there's a small amount for the emergency solutions grant as well, and I can turn it over to.
So the quick question, so the vacancy savings is still there, the 20.1 million, the vacancy savings?
Yeah, the neighborhood
Okay.
preservation budget.
This is just changing where the money's going on the account?
So it's transferring from trust so that we can get it out to the community.
Okay, so this isn't dispersing the 20.1 million?
That does not affect the 20.1 million.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. I was just kind of clear because I'm thinking those numbers don't add up to 20.1 million. So that 20.1 million hasn't been affected yet?
The 20.1 million is our net county cost savings, and that's not affected by any of the recommendations. All of the recommendations for the increases in appropriation are fully funded, so they don't impact net county costs.
And then the second part of the fallout of last year's budget was an extra kind of, we did a couple extra reserves accounts there also, right? What came out of that, I forget, there was a fallout of what we saved last year. And we did new savings.
Yes, we transferred about 10 million to the general reserve.
Okay.
And we created a capital reserve fund, among other things, and those are still in place.
Because that's, I mean, the hospital thing's gonna get a little bit worse, right? Because they're talking about federal funding kind of going.
Yeah, I'd have to defer to the hospital team if they know more than we do at
Okay,
this
and
point.
I always, and I'm on that, the hospital enterprise fund, where does that money magically come from?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Oh, you could put the thing down, there's a little button down there, so you get lower.
Oh, thank you for
No, I was
reminding
just, the
me.
enterprise
I'm
fund,
very
we always
short.
talk about, oh, well, the hospital's got its enterprise fund. Well, when does the enterprise fund hit zero, where we need to start having concern?
When does the revenue hit zero?
Well, the enterprise fund, it's always the hospital enterprise fund, and we always defer to that. Yeah. What feeds that?
What feeds that fund?
Yeah.
Our net patient revenue and the supplemental funding that we receive from the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, that, the number's alarming, obviously, and I mean, so how much more of that can we afford to handle?
This is the first quarter, so for us, it's difficult to project out for a whole year based on first quarter numbers, right? We have a bit higher census in the middle of the year, so our mid-year, we're hoping to be better. We have some things that we have put in place. We are looking at, we've revamped the case management department to reduce our length of stay. So that would get the patients out of the beds that aren't paying and get patients in the beds that are paying.
Okay.
We also are reworking our CDI, our clinical documentation improvement. We've seen our CMI decrease, which is the acuity level of what we get billed for. It's slightly decreased, but we've had 2 vacancies in that department that we're working to refill. So we have some things in place that we're trying to bring up revenue, but also look at the overtime and the part-time help.
Okay, because I see that in our presentation, but I'm thinking how, I mean, it's gonna get worse, and that's only my concern is how we address it going forward.
So we don't think from the public fund perspective, the big challenge that we're gonna have, that we're used to, that it's gonna be different, that won't affect us till after the midterms.
Okay.
The only opportunities that would be negative to us for this last half of the fiscal year will be if they don't do some kind of subsidy improvement on the ACA, because those are the kind of the people caught in the middle that we could count on having insurance before that might not have it going forward. So we kind of expect to see our bad debt go up at the second part of the year, but we'll keep our eye on that as
So
well.
for people watching, Affordable Care Act is ACA, so
Exactly,
those folks
right.
that possibly
And-
have insurance and might not.
Right,
Okay.
right. And then some of the other positives, one of our very top revenue producers is our NICU. We made some changes in the NICU. Our average daily census in the NICU prior to our changes was about 6, and each of those patients pays significantly better. Right now, it's sitting at about 15, and today we're sitting at 18. So that revenue also will be a factor toward the last half of the year. As Sam says, hospitals are a little bit different in, what we project the first quarter. It is what it is, but we do expect to see better revenue both the second and the third quarter, and then a challenge in the fourth quarter is typically what we see from a volume and a perspective. The other thing that's very positive for us is our surgeries, which are our opportunities for capacity, are up about 1,000 this year, so that's really good news as well.
Nice.
we're
Supervisor,
hoping for
do you
better
have a hospital question or something else? Okay.
So 2 questions. How do you kick people out of beds if they're already in the beds?
How do we?
We have to improve the discharge planning. So there's a struggle for our population, and once they run out of payer benefits, we may not be able to discharge them. Therefore, they're in the bed and they're unpaid. If we can improve our discharge planning, which is difficult because of the patient population that we serve, if we can discharge them to a safer, lower level of care and replace them with an acute care patient, then we would start getting reimbursement. So we have patients in beds on days, like today when our census is extremely high. We have patients in beds that we are not being compensated for any of their care, but yet we are expending the cost.
That makes more sense to me than just saying you're gonna kick somebody out of a bed, because that's what was said and kind of came off a little. I wanted to see how you would
I think
do
the
that.
better example of shortening the length of stay is things as simple as, let's start our discharges at 7 in the morning for people that are going home that day anyway. So, right, so we have more space early in the day. Those are things that we all need to do. So if we can drop that length of stay a little bit, it has significant financial impact because it allows us to fill those beds with better paying patients. So it's important for us always. We're not really talking about the conserved patients. Those are the ones that sometimes stay for months and months and months because there really is no good answer. We just have to deal with that the best that we can. But we're concerned, but we're still somewhat optimistic that we can perform better over the next 3 quarters, and we'll keep.
And my other question would be, what was last year's first quarter? Was it similar numbers?
No, it was more break even last year. Yes, but we have had increases in overtime, as we stated. We do struggle with sick time call-ins, and with the 24/7 department, we have to replace those staff members who take care of direct patient care with somebody who is most likely either in an overtime and maybe even a premium pay plus overtime situation.
If you look at the sick time cost and you multiply it times 1.5, it almost predicts our overtime cost. And that's why this challenge of having a sick time policy that we can push is really important to us.
We were just at CSAC, and this bit was the top priority, and it's probably one of the biggest conversations of other counties not knowing how they're gonna pay for services. And, I think as optimistic as we wanna be, I think it's something that we're gonna be dealing with in the future, that obviously we need to put safeguards in place to best protect ourselves, thinking now before it comes.
We think about that every month.
I know you do, and.
But I mean, I want to commend you too. The traveling nurse number has gone down. Do you want to, I mean, that's been pretty amazing what you guys have
The
done.
good news for us is we saw a significant increase, which helped us with, because we did a, thank you guys for the very positive contract that we gave to our nurses. There were significant increases in that contract, especially the first year. The good news was we had the buffer of we can get rid of the travelers. A lot of that would be paid for. The travelers now are less than 20, and it's typically for maternity or things like that, and they're not always nurses. So a much better job on that side of the coin as well.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? So recommendation for,
Yes, it's recommended that your board approve the increases in appropriation adjustments, the establishment of the ERP fund, and the transfer of the $13.7 million from the county facility fees fund.
further questions? Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, call for a motion. Oh, sorry, question. Sorry. Supervisor Rickman.
My button didn't want to shut off. So, at the end of the day, hey, we have a $20 million savings, so which is great. So I want to thank you. Thank the director, the departments, and the employees for doing your part. We really appreciate it. It makes our job a lot easier up here. And one of our goals, is to protect our most vulnerable residents when it comes to the human services as discussed. Now, with that being said, with these savings that we are having, and I guess we'll see when it comes back here before the board, taking these savings and putting them in a reserve or not spending it just because we have a savings, knowing the uncertainty that we do have here with the state and feds and Supervisor Grady I mentioned. We all went to the California State Association of Counties, and then we're talking about uncertainties more, you know, with the federal governments, and you see how other counties are reacting. Knowing that uncertainty, what are we going to do to make sure that, you know, like our human services department still has the services and the programs that we need and people rely on for, you know, day-to-day living? I mean, hey, we've said it over and over, is that, you know, the cost of living in this state and, you know, in this county, because of the state, is out of control. I mean, all of us that go grocery shopping, we see how much our bills are. And so, with that being said, what are we doing to make sure that these services and these funds are going to be used appropriately?
I will go ahead and start
That was
through the
kind of
chair.
all over the
And then
place,
I'll let
but-
Jennifer, so as it was stated earlier, this is first quarter, so it is where we are. It's still very early. We are happy that we do have 20 million in savings overall. That's just departmental savings. And at mid-year, Jennifer will be including the general purpose revenue, so we'll know if we have any more revenue on that side of it. But right now, our team, before we roll out, because we're going to be rolling out 26, 27 in February, we will know more after January when the governor puts out his proposed budget. So we'll know a little bit more. As far as the federal uncertainty, Jennifer, do you know when we will get more information on that so that we could come? But to answer your question, and I appreciate you stating that we don't want to just spend it and say, oh, okay, you know what, you want more or you need more, because we're going to have to take a look really overall throughout all of our department requests for 26, 27 to really take a look at it because of so much uncertainty. So we're, as we did at the year prior, at the end of the year, we'll come back to this board and recommend maybe some reserves in certain areas. Jennifer, if you want to add.
No, I mean, you know, thank you, and I'll end with, to our county council is, and this is why it's so important, that these unfunded mandates that we've been talking about the board, I mean, it's by law, you know, if the state makes us, or has us do something, they need to reimburse us. And I know there's a statute of limitations, they're very, very short, 1-2 years, so if there is something that we can recoup, then we'd have to look, and it's also a way for this board to advocate on behalf of our residents with our state representatives and our federal representatives for funding. So, I mean, this is very important, so I appreciate you bringing it forward. And again, thank you all for the job that you do. We know we really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Can you motion now?
So moved.
Second? I guess I can, sure, second. Motion and second, call for the vote, please. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving ahead along, item number 2 for discussion. CAO, accept a report on the evaluation of implementation and outcomes for emergency shelter services supporting the Board of Supervisors' strategic priority to reduce unsheltered homelessness.
Good afternoon. Chair Canepa, Board of Supervisors, County Council Kiernan, and CAO Regalo. Kelly Cavello, Senior Deputy County Administrator. And with me today is Melanie Astarzio, the consultant who has conducted the evaluation we're going to present to you today. We will be providing the final report on the evaluation of the program implementation and outcomes for emergency shelter services to reduce unsheltered homelessness in the county. I'm going to provide a brief project background. Then I will hand the presentation over to Melanie to continue. The Board of Supervisors' strategic priorities include the reduction of unsheltered homelessness. In past discussions, the board has requested county departments report back on outcomes related to funding intended to reduce unsheltered homelessness. The County Administrator's Office contracted with Melanie to conduct an implementation and outcome evaluation on a homeless service strategy. Homeless strategies that we had considered for evaluation included prevention, street outreach, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, and permanent housing solutions. In March of 2025, we held a county stakeholder meeting with all of the departments who are providing services to homeless population or those that are at risk of becoming homeless. And after reviewing their feedback, we decided to move forward with a recommendation to the board to pursue evaluating the emergency shelter strategy. We brought that recommendation forward to the board in April, and you guys approved moving forward with that recommendation. And so today, we're going to go ahead and give you the final report. So with that, I'll hand it over to Melanie.
Thank you. So the emergency shelter evaluation had two primary project aims. The first was to understand the local implementation of emergency shelters, their role in the homeless response system, and their use of effective emergency shelter practices. The second aim was to look at the effectiveness of emergency shelter programs at exiting clients to permanent housing or other positive exit destinations. The project utilized a mixed methods approach that combined quantitative data from a number of secondary sources, including things like the point-in-time count, the housing inventory count, homeless data integration system data, and funding data from fiscal years 21-22 through 23-24. It also utilized a customized 3-year de-identified client-level data pool from our homeless management information system from years 2022 through 2024. And that allowed us for an increased sample size and ability to look at longer-term patterns of individual shelter usage. We also did some primary data collection through 2 shelter provider surveys and client and provider focus groups from families and from adults and with our shelter providers. So the report is organized into 4 sections. I'm just going to walk through some of the high-level findings and key takeaways from each section. In part 1, we present an overview of homelessness trends in San Joaquin County, providing context for the later chapters to understand shelter capacity, utilization, and outcomes. What we see is that homelessness is increasing in San Joaquin County regardless of our count methods. So the point-in-time count, which is the 3 bars at the bottom, has shown significant increases between 2017 and 2024, though we know there has been some year-to-year comparability that has been affected by changes in our methodology and data collection conditions during those times. By contrast, our homeless data integration system data, which is the red line on top, that's collected consistently each year, and that represents everyone accessing the homeless response system, not just those who were counted on the night of the count. And that shows that homelessness in the county is higher than our point-in-time count suggests, and it has steadily increased over time. And all population groups have grown since 2020, with the most pronounced growth in child-only households, unaccompanied youth 18 to 24, and individuals fleeing domestic violence, though they do represent a small share of the population. Whereas the rate of adults age 50 and older, they're growing at the similar rate as the county as a whole, but they represent a substantial burden because it's 1 in 5 people accessing our homeless system of care are 50 and older. Part 2 provides an analysis of shelter implementation and operations, including system capacity, population served, key program features, and costs. The number of people served by emergency shelters has increased over time. The county's shelter system serves thousands of people experiencing homelessness each year. In 2024, almost 8,000 individuals across nearly 4,500 households were served by emergency shelters. San Joaquin County shelter system serves a diverse population, though racial disparities remain significant. Black residents represent 7% of the county population, but 18% of the unsheltered and 24% of the sheltered population. When all shelter clients are included, most stays are for households with children, and that largely reflects our TANF-funded hotel stays for families. When we exclude those TANF hotel stays, our emergency system becomes primarily adult-focused, with most of our shelter clients being made up of adult-only households. Men make up the majority of our homeless population, and both men and people with marginalized gender identities are less likely to access shelter.
Shelters are supporting clients with increasingly complex and often co-occurring behavioral health, medical, and aging-related needs, often without adequate staffing or funding to meet them. About 1 in 4 of our shelter clients report having a disabling condition, most commonly substance use or mental health disorders. And when we break that out by shelter type, it's as high as 61% for clients accessing adult shelters and 25% of youth individuals. The shelter system has expanded since 2020 and includes a diverse mix of programs designed to meet the needs of adults, families, youth, people fleeing domestic violence, veterans, and individuals meeting special mental health criteria. As of January 2025, the county has 46 shelters providing 1,393 beds. While shelter capacity remains concentrated in Stockton, new adult shelter investments have expanded options in the county's next 3 largest cities, improving geographic balance over time. Overall bed capacity has increased by 32% since 2020, adding 339 beds, with another approximately 482 on the way in 2026, which would represent a 78% increase once those beds are online since 2020. The growth in our shelter system has been largely driven by an increase in adult beds. So while family capacity has declined slightly, youth beds have more than tripled, but they still make up just 2% of the total beds, and that's just 32 beds overall for youth. We've seen a shift towards privacy, moving away from the large dormitory-style facilities towards more private and semi-private spaces, and that is largely with our adult shelters. So the share of non-congregate adult beds has nearly tripled, from 14% in 2020 to 38% in 2025. Despite these gains, shelter capacity continues to fall far short of need, as reflected in our point-in-time count. If the county were to offer shelter to everyone unsheltered on the night of the last point-in-time count, we would be short over 3,000 adult beds and over 300 youth beds. Providers widely agree that more beds are needed, but cite funding and operational constraints as barriers to expansion. The evaluation also examined how closely local shelter programs are aligning with these key elements of effective emergency shelter that you see on the slide. I'll walk through some of them, and the rest of them are in the report. Shelter entry and stay practices vary across programs. Most shelters require clients to meet their activities of daily living needs, while about 1/4 require sobriety or testing at entry. Curfews are nearly universal at 88%, and half of shelters require chores or shelter work. Fewer shelters require service participation at entry, 1 in 5, though nearly half expect service participation later on during their stay. Providers report that rules related to substance use, curfews, and conduct are common reasons clients avoid or exit shelter early. And clients emphasized that some inflexible rules and daily routines can add stress. While 78% of shelters self-identify as low barrier, fewer align with objective low barrier criteria, such as absence of sobriety checks, income verifications, ID requirements, or local residency restrictions, highlighting differences in interpretation and implementation across programs. Only a small share of shelters can accommodate pets, partners, and possessions. Focus group participants overwhelmingly identify pets as one of the most persistent barriers preventing people from entering shelter. In terms of accommodating different family configurations, not all family shelters can accommodate the entire family. So some are for women only, with no male partners, and a few don't allow teenage sons to stay with their mothers. San Joaquin County shelters provide strong foundations of basic needs and case management support, though access to specialized services and staffing remains uneven. Nearly all shelters provide case management, yet fewer offer on-site intensive support such as mental health, substance use treatment, or medical care. About 3/4 coordinate referrals to mainstream supports such as healthcare, behavioral health, and job training supports. Less than 1/3 of shelters provide diversion from shelters, which is a key element of effective sheltering. Staff roles are diverse, but not all shelters have access to specialized staffing. Nearly all shelters employ case managers and shelter aides, but only about half have access to behavioral health, substance use, or clinical specialists. And staffing ratios vary widely, with some shelters having a staff ratio of 1 staff to 3 clients, as high as 1 staff to 70 clients. And many staff fill multiple roles, reducing time for individualized service planning and coordination for their clients. Effective emergency sheltering depends on using data not only to track outcomes, but to inform and improve service delivery. While all county shelters participate in the HMIS, many report that data entry is time-intensive and often unfunded as a dedicated position, diverting staff from direct service and contributing to incomplete or inconsistent data. Also, many providers noted that the HMIS does not fully capture measures valued by funders or elected officials, such as employment gains, aftercare, or life skills progress. And providers expressed strong interest in using HMIS as a learning and improvement tool rather than solely for compliance. Many supported opportunities to share results with peer agencies. As one provider said, if we're seeing another shelter doing great in one area, we can communicate, hey, what are you doing differently? It helps us all understand where our gaps are. Emergency shelter is a major public investment within San Joaquin County's homeless response system, representing roughly 19% of all homelessness expenditures, which is about 1 in 5 system dollars between fiscal year 2022 and 2024. Between that same time period, the county allocated $56 million to emergency shelter and expended around $27 million, with most allocations coming from one-time federal and state grants. One-time funds have supported major capital expansion, but much of this investment has focused on construction rather than sustaining ongoing operations. The combined self-reported annual operating cost of all shelters is approximately $32 million. If we exclude those shelters that do receive dedicated block grant funds or behavioral health funds, and we look at just those what I'll call core shelters, then we're around $18 million annually to sustain those shelters. It's averaging about $79 per night, but there's wide variation by population served and depending on the types of service-enriched environments that the shelters offer, ranging from $45 on average for family shelters per bed per night to $205 for youth shelters per bed per night. Shelter operators consistently cite funding and staffing limitations as the greatest challenges to maintaining services. As one provider shared, we want to make a difference, but there's no funding to support us. The Regional Homelessness Action Plan update projects annual shelter funding of about $8.5 million per year through fiscal years 28-29. Depending on the cost assumptions we use, which there's a number of ways we can estimate costs. We can use a cost reimbursement rate ranging from a low reimbursement rate to a medium or high, like what we did for the HAP action plan, or we can use self-reported operating costs. So depending on the method used, the county could face a possible funding gap of $7 to over $20 million to sustain current operations, so not including those additional 482 beds. In Part 3, there's an analysis of shelter use patterns and outcomes, examining how people move through and exit the shelter system. The length of stay of shelter clients varied widely across population. Nearly a quarter of clients stay fewer than 7 days and self-exit. Roughly 1/4 remain longer than 6 months, including about 11% whose stays exceeded 1 year and 3% who remained 2 years or longer. Longer stays were more common among men, veterans, clients with disabling conditions, and those experiencing chronic homelessness. Tracking exits from shelter to permanent housing provides one of the most important measures of system performance, but also one of the most challenging due to incomplete or inconsistent data. Exit destination information was not collected for many clients, especially those served through the TANF hotel vouchers, which represent a substantial share of local shelter capacity. Across the full 3-year analysis period, including the TANF clients, approximately 1,100 people, or 7%, exited to permanent housing, and 634, or 4%, to temporary housing. But when we linked shelter data with housing program enrollments, many clients who were previously listed as missing, so we didn't know if they went to housing, were in fact found in permanent housing programs, increasing the housing exit rate from 7% to 15%, or roughly an additional 1,384 clients that we found that did in fact end up in permanent housing.
What's the TANF acronym?
Temporary Assistance for Needy Families.
Thank you.
Individuals from youth and family shelters were more likely to exit to a permanent housing destination than individuals from adult shelters, and youth shelters have less uncollected data. Certain clients were linked to higher likelihoods to exiting to permanent housing during the analysis period. Low and unstable income remains one of the greatest barriers to housing stability in the county. Clients with income or cash benefits were significantly more likely to secure housing. Providers emphasize that many clients, particularly older adults and individuals on fixed incomes, cannot afford local rents, even with benefits such as Social Security. In fact, a renter must earn $33 per hour, or approximately $5,700 per month, to afford the median asking rent of $1,700 per month in this county. About 30% of shelter clients reported receiving income at entry, though fewer than 1% of clients had a documented increase in income or benefits during their shelter stay. Clients without disabling conditions were about 1.5 times more likely to exit to housing, and veterans achieved higher housing outcomes than non-veterans. Adults most often exited with a housing subsidy. Families were split in their exit between receiving subsidized and unsubsidized housing, and youth primarily relied on family or friends for exits to permanent housing from shelter. Shelter inflow continues to outpace exits to permanent housing. For every 7 people who entered shelter, 1 exits to permanent housing. And part of that inflow are returns. Nearly 2 in 5 people, or 40%, who exited to permanent housing later returned, with more than half returning within 6 months. However, expectations for shelter performance, particularly exits to permanent housing, must be viewed in light of funding and resource disparities. Programs with dedicated case management, housing navigation, are better equipped to support clients to permanent housing, while underfunded shelters providing only basic safety and overnight shelter may be limited in what they can achieve. Similarly, shelters serving individuals with more complex behavioral, health, medical, or substance use needs, which is very typical in our adult shelters, often face longer stabilization periods and lower exit rates, despite providing critical support to some of the community's most vulnerable residents. In Part 4, we provide recommendations highlighting system strengths and opportunities for improvement. Over the past 3 years, San Joaquin County and its cities have prioritized expanding shelter. With capacity now strengthened, the next step is to focus on quality. The following recommendations across these 5 areas provide a foundation for advancing these goals and sustaining a culture of continuous improvement across the system. There are a lot of detailed recommendations in the report and in the appendix, so I'm just going to cover some of the immediate next steps that we can focus on. In the area of service delivery, we have inconsistent use of the term low barrier, and it's causing confusion among funders and partners. To begin quickly, we can establish a clear, locally defined standard for what constitutes low barrier to improve transparency, ensure alignment with funding requirements, and help shelters accurately represent their operations. We can also establish shared expectations for core client services across shelters, including model policies around pet-friendly sheltering. For staff training and professional development, we want to support staff well-being by expanding access to trauma-informed care, motivational interviewing, and cultural humility training to promote consistent, high-quality service delivery. As an immediate next step, we can connect with the county's Peace Project, the Dignity Health and United Way's Peace Project, and First 5 San Joaquin on any immediate opportunities where we can collaborate on training opportunities. For funding equity and sustainability, we want to develop equitable funding processes that consider client needs and program type. Neighborhood Preservation already shifted on their last RFP scoring small, medium, and large shelter programs separately. Another next step could be scoring frameworks that evaluate programs within comparable populations, like adults, family, and youth shelters, and/or consider weighting for client complexity. We can strengthen provider capacity to pursue grants and expand access to CalAIM and other integrated health funding opportunities to support long-term sustainability. An immediate next step could be to enroll shelters in the county's online Unigrants portal, which allows interested parties to apply for federal, state, and private grant solicitations. For the data performance monitoring and quality improvement, we can implement a coordinated performance framework and continuous quality improvement process. As an immediate next step, the county could allow dedicated data entry or HMIS support positions in future RFPs to improve data accuracy and timeliness. Some shelters have already begun work independently to expand service delivery data collection for their programs. There's an opportunity to do this in a coordinated effort by convening a working group with the shelter committee to find indicators around things like case management, goals, housing plans, so that we can eventually link outcomes to services received. Finally, we can use shared dashboards to promote transparency and data-driven decision-making. As a companion to this report, we've created a sample dashboard as a starting point for increasing continuous quality improvement and performance monitoring. For systems support and coordination, the county, the continuum of care, and the city of Stockton could expand opportunities for cross-system collaboration through regular stakeholder convenings, targeted work groups, and expanded continuum of care participation. Neighborhood Preservation is already planning some convenings around peer learning opportunities. We can align county, continuum of care, and city shelter contracts around common performance standards, such as housing-focused service delivery, data quality, and staff training to reduce duplication and support shared learning across the network. Neighborhood Preservation is already working on initiating convenings with partners with this in mind. Finally, we can leverage the Shine app and related technology to improve bed visibility, standardize availability reporting, and strengthen referral coordination. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to work on this project. There's a lot more in the report, so I'm eager to see what people think. I also want to provide a special thanks to the following: the Board of Supervisors for approving this project, the Continuum of Care Board and Shelter Committee for all of their support during this project, county staff, Neighborhood Preservation, our HMIS lead, which provided timely data exports in order to do this project, shelter clients that shared very vulnerably and openly about their experiences, and our shelter providers that took their time to respond to multiple surveys, focus groups, and follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm glad that we did this because getting all of these folks and all the data together has been really important because we always talk about outcomes and what the outcomes are. So at least we're getting on the same page with HMIS, and now we'll know with the new PIT count where we're at. So whether or not the way that they count the homeless folks is efficient or not. But I think there's a lot of moving parts here. And just the other variable to this is just the cost of doing these programs. Obviously, the winter, you're gonna see more stays because they wanna be where it's warmer, as opposed to the summer months. But I think this is a good step in the right direction. Plus, all the help we're doing in Tracy and Lodi, to get those folks in those areas, more services is important. Questions, comments, concerns?
I just want to say thank you very much, for the report, and thank you for meeting with us, I guess on an individual basis and going over it so we can ask, tons of different types of questions. So thank you.
No, they're good. I think as a county, we're doing a good job of, we've done SG Cares and the outreach and continuum of care. So that's another part of it, right? The continuum of care. When we do give that money, aligning them more closely, how big of a issue is that, do you think?
Repeat that question, please.
With the continuum of care. So, aligning them with the county, obviously we moved part of it under Chris Woods and Company. And I think that was part of the goal, is try to get, on the common page of where the money's going and how we can better serve.
So we are excited for this report. We're going to take all of these findings and recommendations back to the COC. We'll be working through Strategic Planning Committee and the shelter committees to develop tools and trainings for our shelter operators and for the whole system of care. We've already been working more closely with City of Stockton and all of our partners through the COC to align practices. So I think everybody's going to be really eager to get started on the next phase of this work.
Okay, perfect. And the Shine app is another piece of the puzzle.
absolutely.
So that we can actually have touches, and when the probation department, SG Cares, goes out and reach to actually find out what the outcomes are, because we don't know where these folks are, where they're going, and how they're being treated. Okay, positive.
So, and I don't want to speak for probation, but Jamie Grant is on our COC board. She is a member of our outreach committee. She's one of the chairs of the outreach committee. So they're definitely a part of the conversation, and we will ensure that we all move together at the same pace.
Perfect.
And we have the point in time count on the 27th of January. So excited to see, where our progress is as a county with housing or getting people sheltered.
Perfect. Supervisor Gardia, question?
So if I could just follow up, real quick to the point in time count. I just wanted to add that we are using the same strategies and methodology for the upcoming point in time count, so we have continuity in the data, so we can really look at a progress.
Perfect.
I appreciate the one-on-one on the evaluations, and I can't remember if I asked the question, and sorry if I'm asking you to repeat it, but can you give me like an example of another county that has used this evaluation and maybe some of what they got out of it and what they've been successful on moving forward with the support of our homeless or unhoused population?
In terms of another county doing an evaluation of this sort, I've only come across the city of San Francisco that did something similarly, and they just recently released their report. So only a few months ahead of us. And so I'm not aware of other counties doing this type of evaluation work, actually. Mostly people are doing just performance monitoring and using the typical performance measuring benchmarks that are required by the feds or the state. So I actually think that this type of deep dive evaluation is not, it's not expected. And so I think that there's an opportunity for others to actually learn from us from this project, and sort of how we move forward with the implementation of the recommendations is really the most important next step.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you for that. So we need to accept the report, so we don't need to vote on it. We just need to, how do you want to do this?
They are requesting a vote on this item.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to accept the report. Second, motion and second, call for the vote. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to what we're going to do with the data. Moving on to CAO, introduce and waive reading of an ordinance levying a special tax within Community Facilities District Number 2009-1, Airport 599, said ordinance to be adopted on January 13th, 2026. Mr. Branco, you have the floor.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Canepa, County Administrator Regallo, members of the board. I'm Josh Bronco, Senior Deputy County Administrator. And I'm here today to present this item introducing and waiving the reading of an ordinance levying a special tax within CFD 2009-1. This CFD was established pursuant to the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, and it's intended to finance the construction and the acquisition of the public infrastructure that's necessary for the Air Park 599 development, which is a master plan logistics park on 272 acres next to Stockton Metropolitan Airport and adjacent to Highway 99. A little bit of background: on March 24th, 2009, the board adopted a resolution declaring its intention to establish the district and levy the special tax. And a public hearing was held on May 5th, 2009, with no majority protest. At that time, the county was the sole landowner within the district, and that's still true today. Subsequently, the board adopted resolutions to form the district and authorize the levy of the special tax. However, in preparing for potential bond issuance next year, I was unable to find a record of this required ordinance being adopted at that time. So we're coming to you today to make sure we have our paperwork in order and that we're in full compliance with the requirements of the Melrose Community Facilities Act. The special tax will be levied according to the rate and method of apportionment outlined in that resolution of formation that was adopted way back in 2009. So there's different rates based on the use of the land that's being taxed. And the tax will be collected on the secured roll, similar to the typical ad valorem property taxes, and it will be subject to the same penalties and procedures for delinquency if we have an issue with collecting. So today it's recommended the board agendize the ordinance for adoption at our next regular meeting on January 13th, and the ordinance will become effective 30 days after it is adopted. The recommendations today include introducing and waiving the reading of the ordinance, authorizing staff to prepare and publish a summary of the ordinance, and then scheduling the ordinance for adoption at that next regular meeting on January 13th. So with that, that's all the information I have, unless there are any questions from the board.
So we're just doing this so we could tax ourselves?
So the special tax is actually on the leasehold. So the individuals who are leasing properties within the development are paying the special tax.
Any other questions, concerns? Oops, I don't have my speaker up. Supervisor Gardia.
To answer my question, I just want to make sure that we're basically taxing the new development, not to existing landowners. You answered the question already, so I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Anybody from the public wishing to speak? No? Call for motion? Second. All those in favor? We don't need a supermajority, do we? Motion passes 3-0. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. ROV, accept the presentation by the Registrar of Voters regarding a post-election update for the November 4th, 2025 statewide election. Ms. Hale, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Today, I am here to give a brief post-election update for the 2025 special statewide election in San Joaquin County. I'd like to begin with a breakdown or an overview of the voter participation for the 2025 election. We saw 188,443 ballots cast, which is a 46.6% turnout. Early voting turnout was modest at 337 ballots, but still an important option for voter accessibility. In-person voting accounted for 26,962 ballots, including conditional voter registration and provisional ballots. Vote by mail continues to be the preferred method for most voters, with 161,144 ballots cast by mail. This breakdown reflects the ongoing statewide trend towards high vote-by-mail participation while still maintaining meaningful in-person access. Of the vote-by-mail ballots returned, 92,204 came through the U.S. Postal Service. 44,893 were placed in the official drop boxes throughout the county, and 24,047 were hand-delivered to polling places on Election Day. These numbers reaffirm that voters value multiple return methods, especially secure drop boxes and Election Day drop-off. Ballots returned by drop box location. This slide highlights the distribution of ballots at each of the 25 drop boxes. Drop boxes continue to be widely used and are seen as both convenient and trustworthy by the public. Performance between locations helps us to evaluate whether adjustments are needed for placement or resource allocation in 2026. I will return in early 2026 to provide a more detailed update on our current Dropbox allocation. As discussed during my last presentation, we are reviewing potential additions at Delta College within the city of Lodi, as well as the relocation of the Tracy Elk site. We are also evaluating locations suggested by this board, including Viaggio and French Camp at the county hospital. While the California Code of Regulations authorizes the registrar of voters to determine both the number and placement of drop boxes based on county needs and does not require board approval, I value the collaboration and transparency that comes from discussing these plans with the board. Engaging in this dialogue helps strengthen public trust and ensures our voters understand the careful consideration behind these decisions. In-person voting, we operated 128 polling precincts on Election Day. As noted earlier, 26,962 voters cast an in-person ballot at the polls. An additional 24,047 voters dropped off their mailed ballots at a polling site. Taken together, 51,009 voters participated in person, meaning over 27% of voters used an in-person option. This continues to underscore the importance of maintaining robust in-person services, even in a dominant vote-by-mail environment. This slide on election workers reflects staffing levels and overall election worker participation. Recruitment is stabilizing, but retention and training continue to be priorities heading into the larger 2026 cycle. Updated training materials and clearer procedural workflows will make a visible difference in performance next year. To touch a bit on our election security, all 25 drop boxes had, Election security remains a central priority for both our office and the voters we serve. All 25 drop boxes were equipped with 24/7 live streaming and security cameras accessible on our website. Just in the name of transparency, there were two drop boxes, Lodi Grape and Lorena Market, where there was a lapse in coverage. There was some battery issues at those two locations, and we documented those clearly with the vendor. It was for a very short time, but I just, in the name of transparency, wanted to share we do have a lapse in coverage for those two boxes for a period of a couple of days, which was documented, and we did an election incident report to maintain the record on those. On election night, the sheriff's office escorted the final Dropbox pickups and provided further escorts from all 5 receiving centers to the ROV warehouse. Once ballots entered the county administration building, they remained under continuous camera surveillance throughout sorting, signature verification, inspection, scanning, and tabulation. These efforts support transparency, public confidence, and the integrity of the chain of custody. One thing to add too, we were able to install cameras on the first floor loading dock area, so we had coverage there as well during the election period. That was one small spot where we didn't have coverage, and we were able to get that in place before the special election. So upcoming for the 2026 cycle, looking ahead to the 2026 primary and general elections, our office is preparing for a significant increase in turnout in comparison to prior gubernatorial primaries and operational complexities that are present in regularly scheduled elections. Congressional redistricting is complete on our end. Our maps are being tested and verified by the state as we speak. We continue to monitor for any possible litigation impacts. Several important innovations will improve workflow and efficiency and accuracy as we go into the next cycle. Automated ballot duplication software was approved in the prior budget, so we've now implemented that technology and will be utilizing it in June. Automated signature verification, which debuted successfully in the special election. It was actually taking sometimes when we get the pressure of an election we didn't plan for, what are the positives and how can we utilize this as an opportunity? And so something we were able to do was use our automated signature verification software, which helped with a portion of signature verification. It still requires the audit trail from human beings. So it's not just relying on technology to check everything. We also implemented our auditing process with human eyes. So we were able to utilize that and will continue to do so. The automated ballot duplication software and the automated signature verification software digitized 2 previously manual processes, greatly reducing errors and cutting back on staff workload during each election. I can assure you that we've operated with way less overtime during this election than I think I've ever seen, which is just some of the efficiencies that this board has approved for us. We are implementing our asset inventory software, which we are replacing an older Asset Shadow is the name of what we're replacing, and we've now replaced it with the 10X software. We are also modernizing poll worker training, including the videos, the modules, and help desk refinement. We are improving the provisional and CVR processing, hoping to reduce errors and improve the voter experience significantly. So currently, there are several forms that the poll workers have to administer when it is a provisional or CVR ballot at the polls, and we notice that there are errors that occur in that paperwork. So we are trying to reduce that by creating something that many other counties are doing, and they're actually utilizing the envelope itself as the registration affidavit, and that allows the workers to not make the mistake of not adding the correct form. Additionally, just to share, we listen to the folks that come to our board meetings and talk to us about our elections, and something that was brought up was a concern with the CVR provisional voter and them not being able to get the correct ballot type at the precinct since we've launched the No Wrong Location. So our GIS team is actually working on some technology that will allow the voter that's not on the current roll to scan a QR code, type in their address, and provide their voting precinct number to us for that given election, so that we can ensure, based on the address the voter provided us, that we're able to give them the ballot that is correct for the address that they've provided. So that'll help with something that was brought up. I think each of you have maybe met with some of our constituents that had that concern, and so that's something that we're actively working on as well to improve that. The last and final thing, which will probably be good news, I hope, is that due to current legislation that has been put in place, we will actually be able to certify our elections by the 23rd day. So we will have to wait until the 22nd day for cure letters, but that 2-day waiting period goes away, and we will actually be able to, of course, we still have our ability to take the 30 days if we need it, but we will have the opportunity to certify by that 23rd day, and hopefully speed up the process for our voters. And that is what I have. Thank you for your continued support of our office. We appreciate everything this board has done to support our office and the staffing. We are fully staffed, and I'm just very grateful to be running such an awesome team and to be able to have successful elections in our county. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I just have one quick question before Supervisor Dean. So how many of the people before asked for the mail ballots? I mean, because COVID, right, we mailed them to everybody. And so what was the percentage before COVID that people?
It was right at 80% of voters that requested to vote by mail at that time.
And you had to say, hey, that you'd set out.
Hey, man, you wanna make sure you understood the question. You just said that before COVID, 80% of all voters signed up and requested to vote by mail.
That is correct.
Okay. That's a large number. So that's why I was just trying to figure out, savings-wise, if we didn't do that extra 20%, print-wise, postage-wise. Supervisor Dean.
No, and you're right on the money here. And so that I'm being respectful of your time, there's some of the things I'm gonna wanna come back, and again, it's not just your department. I'm really trying to reiterate this to everybody. The state sucks when it comes to meeting their obligations and coming, through with the money that they've promised us from Prop 36. We're $18 billion, they're $18 billion in debt. That doesn't count the money from Prop 36 that they still owe us. And I'm really concerned, again, when it comes to your department, of things that have been mandated. The board before, because of after COVID and so forth, they were concerned about appearing, that they wanted everybody to have ample opportunity to vote, which everybody does already. That 80% that you just mentioned had already signed up for vote by mail. These drop boxes, because of COVID, was just an added toy, okay? If you look at these numbers, I've got to have glasses to look at the numbers, but the people that visited, the 92,000 people voted in the mail. Another, person in mail, 20, 60, 70,000 visited a polling place. And 40,000 used the drop boxes. If you go to the actual drop box numbers, and by law or by state, we were required to have 16 drop boxes, correct?
14.
But we decided to be generous and given, we've only got 240 mail post office boxes all over the county. We decided we needed another, 8 big boxes like the one we saw at Viaggio. Remember when we went out there for the fundraiser and there's this box in the middle of the weeds and it says drop box, in the middle of there. But if you figure out your costs, look at some of these. If you cut it off at the 14, those are the boxes that got 1,000 or more ballots. If you go below that, it gets down to like 100, 110. And you just went through everything, the cameras, the staff that's required. We really have to be conscious of the costs here. They can take that ballot, they can drop it at a polling location, or they can put it in the U.S. Post Office box, which, by the way, is the same metal that's being, the drop boxes are made of. It's a little smaller and there's more of them, but they're not, they're just as safe as everything else. We have to be concerned, since we are the guardians of the checkbook, what we're spending our money on. And I heard you say that we're talking about expanding drop boxes or going to these other locations or moving them. When this comes back officially, I think we need to go back to the 14 we're required to do for the state, even though they're not going to give us any money for it. But all this extra stuff, guys, we got a lot of priorities going on, and it's not going to get in the way of people voting. Most people voted by mail to begin with, and then we made it complicated on them. So anyway, that's all I've got to say about that.
Supervisor Gardia.
How many volunteers from the community do we have work on this last election? Non-paid volunteers?
We actually don't have any non-paid volunteers. They all receive a stipend, so it's not an hour. The hourly rate for election night workers is through a stipend program that we have. So everyone gets paid. There's actually not a $0 contribution.
So how many non-San Joaquin County employees who volunteered for that?
I want to say it was more than 906.
How do you select those?
So we have a database of all of our active poll workers. So when you register to vote, you have the option to say that you're interested in being a poll worker. So then we send out recruitment cards and applications to anyone that shows interest in that way. They're then put in our database. We use our student election officer program that we utilize by working with all the different high schools throughout the county. And then that selection is based on those that respond back and say that they are available. And then once we have every position filled, we create a star list, but what seems to happen every election is by the time we get to election day, we've exhausted all the folks on the backup list. But overall, that's usually the process and how it works. And at any time, we add people that are interested to that active database, with the only caveat that we do have to check Megan's Law to ensure that we're not staffing someone at a school or at a church where there's a daycare. So there are some limitations there, but outside of that, you just have to apply, and as long as you are available, we're able to staff you. So it's very open to the public to participate.
So if you were qualified, you weren't turned away?
If you were, we don't, from what I understand, everyone that we qualified for this election that went on that star list, by election day, we had depleted all of them and actually had to send out 12 of our own staff members to different, either election night worker or a drop box or a polling place on election day. We deployed 12 of our staff to fill in the gaps on election day. So from what I understand from staff, there was a shortage of 12, but we were able to make up for that by utilizing some of our temporary staff that were employed for election day, or for the election.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you very much for the report. A second, did the money the state provide cover the cost of this election?
Absolutely, I believe, great question. Yes, it did, and I'm not sure at the moment exactly what the cost savings is, but I believe there is a small cost savings that we will in turn bring forward and discuss at a later date.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do we need to vote on accepting the report? This is informational. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great report. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. 4 minutes before 2 o'clock. I made it. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be chair this year and giving me somewhat the confidence to do it. And thank you for all the staff. And a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy New Year. And look forward to January 13th, which would be the next meeting, and for putting up with me. I appreciate all of you and the great work that we all do. So, any other comments, questions?
No, just Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, since this is our last meeting of the year.
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas.
And just for transparency purposes, we did all attend San Jose, Santa Clara area, the CSAC, and went and learned a lot and talked with other electeds, and the engineers were there, and the Clerks Association was there. So a lot of good information and outreach. So I want to say thank you to everybody that attended that and represent San Joaquin County. So after that, I will call for adjournment.